name is Samson. You won't know me. Might I have a word?
I beg your pardon. We present Alan Bedell and Patrick Barr with Catherine Dolan and Marjorie Mars in Unlawful Occasions by Henry Cecil, adapted by the author from his new novel of the same name. Unlawful Occasions.
This is Jane Culsworth speaking. No, I'm afraid my husband isn't back from court yet. Oh, just a moment. That may be him. No, I'm so sorry. He usually comes home about this time. Can I get him to ring you? Yes, certainly. Temple Bar 1301. Very well. Goodbye. Oh, wait. Hello? Hello? Oh, Brian, darling, you've just missed someone. Temple Bar 1301.
Oh, that'll be old Borrowdale about the Baker case. He'll keep for a moment. How are you, darling?
Darling, I still can't get used to having so much of you to myself. It's wonderful. Do you know that since you took Silk, I believe I've been the happiest woman in England. And when you're a judge, you'll have even more time.
When I'm a judge?
But you will be. Everyone says so.
Well, they say it about a lot of other people, too.
Oh, no, but quite seriously, you are in the running, aren't you?
Quite seriously, I don't know. It's possible if I don't blot my copybook in the next couple of years.
Blot your copybook? How could you?
Or run off with the judge's wife or something.
Oh, I'm not frightened. I'm not even jealous of the woman who lives above your chambers.
Well, you ought to be. She's an absolute dazzler. I had a drink there this evening and her husband was out. He usually is, as far as I can see. I've only met him twice.
What's he like?
Edward Vernie. Doesn't seem a bad chap, but, well, they've only been there a bare 6 months. They're not permanent, you'll be glad to hear. A furnished sublet.
What's so attractive about Margaret, Vernie?
Oh, I don't know. She just is. If I were single, I'd be round there knocking at her door.
But you're not. And anyway, you've got that phone call to make.
Margaret Vernie, my name is Samson. You won't know me. Might I have a word?
Oh, come in.
Nice place you have here. And what a lovely view. Your husband home?
How did you know I was married?
So he's out.
Well, really, Mr.
Samson. Shouldn't be too difficult to remember. Vernie's a much less common name.
Mr. Samson, would you kindly tell me why you wish to see me? If it's insurance, I'm afraid we've all we want.
But how can you be so certain you don't know what I have to offer?
Then it is insurance.
In a way, yes.
I'm extremely sorry. I know how depressing it must be for you, but I assure you we have no spare funds to take out another policy, even if we wanted to.
No spare funds, you say? Well, that all depends, doesn't it? Even people on the breadline can eat less bread if there's something they need more. And looking around this charming flat and these charming surroundings, I should hardly say that you were on the breadline. No, Mrs. Vernie, you have plenty of spare funds if you need them.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I can't help you.
But you're wrong, you can. If £100 would save your life, you could find it, couldn't you?
There's no point in discussing the matter. I've said all I have to say.
But if it would save your life, you could find it, couldn't you? We've all got something we could do without save our lives. People even risk their bodies to save their lives, jumping out of burning houses, for instance.
Good morning, Mr. Samson. I hate scenes, but unless you leave at once, I shall telephone for someone to put you up.
I'm sure you wouldn't talk like that if your house were alight and a fireman climbed up a ladder and offered to carry you down.
Are you going?
I'm the fireman. Please don't get burnt alive. Your husband would be most distressed, and I'm sure you'd hate to hurt him. Wonderful thing, a happy marriage. Now, don't spoil it. There are not so many of them. How did you like the Fisherman's Nook Hotel?
What did you say?
Pretty place. The room overlooking the lake is the best. Don't tell your husband I called. We'll keep it as a surprise, shall we? I'll come and see you again in a day or two, see if I can interest you in one of my policies. Good morning, Mrs. Vernie. Samson's the name, in case you forget. No. Don't bother to see me out.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Vernie.
Could I possibly see Mr. Culsworth?
I'm afraid he's just starting a conference.
I'm most awfully sorry to trouble him, but it's terribly urgent.
Well, I'll tell him you're here, Mrs. Vernie.
What is it, Digby?
Excuse me, gentlemen. Excuse me, sir. Mrs. Vernie's here.
Mrs. Vernie?
She seems very agitated and asked if she could see you.
Agitated? What the... All right, ask her to wait. I'll see her when Mr. Baker goes.
Thank you, sir. I'll tell her.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Baker. Well, how are you?
None the better for seeing you, sir, I'm afraid.
Oh, please don't apologize.
I wasn't.
I gather from Mr. Borrowdale here that you don't like the law, Mr. Baker.
I do not.
Well, it's far from perfect, but there'd be a jungle without it. Wouldn't there, Mr. Borrowdale?
Indeed, sir.
And, Mr. Baker, where would you be if you couldn't sue Mr. Potter?
I'd have bashed him, only he's bigger than me.
Exactly. You ought to be grateful to the law for helping you to get what you couldn't get by bashing.
Then you think I'll win all right?
If you behave yourself in court tomorrow, I think you will. But if you start calling the judge a cantankerous old so-and-so, you'll end up in jail instead.
Oh, I hate all this bowing and scraping and wigs and gowns. He's only a man, same as me.
Mr. Borrowdale, I wish you could get our client to concentrate on his case for the moment.
Indeed, sir.
Look, Mr. Baker, you indulge in politics or philosophy or whatever you like when the case is over. Incidentally, I ought to warn you that you're coming before a difficult judge anyway. He's got a phobia, too. He hates gambling.
Why shouldn't one gamble?
Why shouldn't one wear a wig and gown? But don't let's go into that. This judge won't care whether you win or lose. It's lucky with a jury, so don't be surprised if you see me clash with him early on. It may get us the sympathy of the jury.
Clash? Why, how do you mean?
Do what you shouldn't do. You'll see. Now, there are one or two things I want to ask you about your first interview with Mr. Potter.
Mr. Cowsworth will see you now, Mrs. Vernie. Mrs. Vernie, sir.
Come in, Margaret. What can I do for you?
I'm awfully sorry to trouble you.
That's all right. How can I help?
Well, it seems so unfair, my taking advantage of our living just above you.
Not at all. What's the trouble?
Forgive my asking this, but everything I say will be in confidence, won't it?
Well, of course. Unless you want advice as to how to commit a crime.
It certainly isn't that. It's the other way around, if anything. But you wouldn't mention it. I mean, even to my husband.
I see.
I'm afraid it's embarrassing you.
Well, it is a bit. If there's trouble between you, I shouldn't want to take sides.
Of course. No, there isn't exactly trouble between us. It's to prevent it that I really came to see you.
All right, I'll take a chance. I won't tell your husband.
Brian, I'm terrified. I feel I must have help at once, and I think only a lawyer can give it.
Well, tell me. Come along, I've given you my word.
Well, I know it sounds melodramatic, but it's true. I'm being blackmailed.
Who by and why?
A man who says his name's Samson has just told me, in effect, that unless I pay him, he'll tell my husband of something that happened at a hotel called the Fisherman's Nook.
And what is it that you think he knows?
Well, you can guess, I suppose. While Edward was abroad, I did make a fool of myself and go to that hotel, and I wasn't alone.
A man?
But of course. Really, I'm sorry. Naturally, you've got to know everything. Only I felt that if it had been my Aunt Barbara I went with, I shouldn't be asking for help now.
No, I quite understand. Don't upset yourself. And, of course, your husband knows nothing about it.
No, he doesn't.
Well, surely that's the simple answer to your problem. Tell him.
It isn't, you see. If it had been, I shouldn't have bothered you.
Is he such a jealous person, then?
Oh, no, not particularly. I mean, if I'd told him when he came back from abroad, I'm sure it would have been quite all right. But I just felt I couldn't tell him then. He came back, carrying loads of flowers and presents. It's just wonderful to be with you again, you know. I've thought of you almost every minute I've been away. Now tell me all you've been doing. Well, as a matter of fact, I went away for a weekend with a man. You see, I just couldn't then. And after that, I kept putting it off, and now it's too late.
I'm sure it isn't. You're a happily married couple, and you say he's not a particularly jealous type. He's sure to forgive you.
Well, that would have been the case.
Well, why isn't it?
The other day, he asked me to divorce him.
What? I thought you were so happy together.
Oh, so we are, and will be, I'm sure, but he suddenly got an absurd infatuation for a much younger woman. Oh, he'll get over it, I know, and of course I'd forgive him. But if he heard of my weekend now, he'd divorce me. She'd make him. So you see, don't you, that I simply can't tell him.
Now, let me think what other courses are open to you. You could go to the police, of course.
Oh, but I can't possibly. Edward would be bound to hear of it. All this Mrs. X stuff may be all right for the general public, but I'll bet Mr. X usually knows all about it. There'd have to be traps set for the man, wouldn't there? And then I'd have to go to the courts and give evidence.
And we're known here in the temple. Even if no one recognized me, I'd have to explain to Edward where I was, and I couldn't keep making excuses successfully all the time.
Yes, I see the difficulty. There is another method, but it would mean you're paying the man something. Could you raise, £100?
Oh, not without Edward knowing all about it. But how would it help if I did raise £100?
Well, you see, if this man agreed not to molest you any more in return for a sum of money, you could get an injunction against him if he broke his word. And if he broke the injunction, he'd be sent to prison.
And what about the publicity?
With any luck, there wouldn't be any. It could all be done privately. The method isn't bound to be successful, but it usually is. What's the most you could raise without exciting suspicion?
Well, but I suppose I might manage £25 over a few weeks, but not a penny more.
Well, that's one possibility, then, if he'll take as little. The other thing is to do nothing at all.
But then he'll tell Edward.
Not necessarily. Blackmailers normally want money, not revenge. Once he tells your husband, he's no hold over you. He's nothing to sell to you.
But I just can't do nothing.
Well, try to find out how much he'll take to make the agreement I mentioned. Then if you can raise the sum, get him to sign. I'll draft something for you, if you like.
Oh, Brian, that would be most kind.
I'll give it to you tomorrow morning.
Oh, thank you.
No, it'll have to be afternoon. I'm opening a case to the jury in the morning. Members of the jury, once a week for a majority of the weeks in the year, a large number of people in this country, including, I expect, some of you, have a genuine hope that the whole of their lives may be changed. That instead of sharing the kitchen and bathroom with their next-door neighbors or their mothers-in-law, they will have a house of their own. That instead of wondering whether they can find the next installment due on the car, they will own a car outright. That they may perhaps be able to take a trip round the world. This hope springs solely from the possibility that they have sent in a winning line in a football pool. Nearly every week, one person at least receives a big prize. Perhaps it'll be me next time, they say. The fact that they're much more likely to be run over in the street doesn't lessen the hope.
What on earth has all this got to do with the case, Mr. Culsworth?
If your lordship will allow me to continue my address to the jury, your lordship will be enlightened on the matter.
I've read the pleadings, and all this flummery appears to me to be wholly irrelevant.
The jury have not had your lordship's advantage of reading the pleadings.
And why don't you tell the jury what is in them instead of pouring out this frothy nonsense? You want to write an article for the press on the modern desire for obtaining something for
At the
nothing.
moment, I am hoping to be allowed to address the jury and not to pursue the journalistic activities your lordship is good enough to suggest.
Well, suppose you tell the jury what the case is about.
With your lordship's permission, I will continue to do so. Members of the jury, the facts of this case are simple. My client, Mr. Baker, and the defendant, Mr. Potter, agreed to go in for a football pool together. The coupon was sent in Mr. Potter's name. It won £30,000. The defendant now completely denies the agreement and claims to keep all the money himself. I'll call Mr. Baker.
Take the book in your right hand and repeat the words on the card.
And that, my lord, was the reason. I suggested we put Doncaster to draw away and Chelsea at home.
Have I got to learn how these beastly things work?
It's simple, my lord, if you keep off the perms.
Keep off the perms. What on earth does that mean?
Permutations, my lord, but your lordship won't have to bother about them for the purposes of this case.
Oh, well, that's something. I suppose it's too much to hope that the majority of the jury know as little as I do about these things. Yes, Mr. Foreman, what is it you want?
Forgive me, my lord, but I'm very fond of the pools. I go in each week and I enjoy it. I don't expect to win, but there's always a chance, and I enjoy filling in the coupon.
Sit down and behave yourself.
As another member of the jury, my lord, may I say that I think the pool's an absolute disgrace.
You sit down, too. Mr. Hopkins, do you wish to cross-examine?
If you please, my lord. Mr. Baker, you have said that after these proceedings had started, you saw my client in a public house and that he admitted to you that he had agreed to go in for the pool with you.
He did.
And when did you first tell anyone that my client made his admission?
Well, how should I know the date? I don't keep a diary like some of you blokes.
Don't be rude to counsel.
Oh, sorry, my lord, but he seems to want to make out I'm telling a pack of lies.
No one's trying to make out you're telling a pack of lies. You're just being asked a very simple question.
Simple, eh? I bet he couldn't tell me when he last saw his grandmother.
Behave yourself. No one expects you to be able to say the exact date.
Well, then why did he ask it, my lord?
I didn't ask the exact date.
You said when, didn't you? And if that isn't asking the date, I don't know what is.
I didn't ask the exact date.
Well, you asked the date, and what's the difference? If it was on the 12th and I said the 13th, you'd be on me like a ton of bricks, 2 tons. And I'd get no compensation either. Act of God, you'd call it, or such like.
Pull yourself together, Mr. Baker. All Mr. Hopkins wants to know is about when you told someone else of the defendant's admission.
Well, if that's all he wants, why didn't he say so? But I suppose I ought to know. I'm in the law courts, where things don't mean what they sound like. He asks me when I told anyone, and when I says I don't know the date, he tells me he don't want to know it. I just will ask me, how's your father? Well, I can't answer that, that's all right. I ain't got one. Now, I suppose he'll say that's impossible. Well, all I can say is you find him, then I can't.
Mr. Baker, you may be enjoying yourself in the witness box.
Oh, I like that, enjoying myself. I never wanted to come here.
Don't interrupt. I'm not going to allow you to play the fool anymore. Anyway, if you didn't want to come here, why did you sue the defendant?
Because he wouldn't pay me, Lord. If he'd paid, I wouldn't have come here.
He says he doesn't owe the money.
Well, of course he does. He's a liar.
Well, then, if he's a liar, just you tell me about when did you tell anyone at all, about the defendant's admission?
Well, if you'd like me to make up a date, I can do that all right. Let's say a week last Tuesday.
Are you being funny?
No, my lord. Come to think of it, it was a week last Tuesday.
Why didn't you say so before?
Well, I forgot. You got me all tied up like I couldn't tell if today was Thursday or Christmas.
It's Wednesday, as a matter of fact.
Ah, there you are then. What did I say?
Anyway, you know that last Tuesday week you told someone of the defendant's admission.
Well, what of it?
Whom did you tell?
Well, if you want to know, it was him, Mr. Culsworth.
Told Mr. Culsworth?
My lord,
Yes, Mr. Culsworth.
I'm afraid that I must tell your lordship that neither my instructing solicitor nor I know anything of this matter.
Yeah. Whose side are you on?
Although Mr. Culsworth is representing you, it is no part of his duty to corroborate a lie.
Who said it's a lie? Why take his word instead of mine?
Is there any possibility of mistake, Mr. Culsworth?
None, I'm afraid, my lord.
I say the old blooming thing's a mistake. £200 I've paid him, and what's he do? In this case, me lad, I appear to me client who's a stinking liar.
Mr. Baker, control yourself. If you don't immediately apologize, I shall deal with you for contempt of court.
Well, I'm sorry, my lord, but I pay this here bloke to speak up for me, and all he does is to sell me down the line.
Mr. Baker, you will not refer to learned counsel in that way. He is only doing his duty.
That's all very fine, my lord, but who's to say who's right and who's wrong? I've sworn on oath to tell the truth, and I've told it. Why believe him instead of me? He hasn't even taken an oath.
It is customary to accept the word of counsel.
Oh, I dare say, my lord. How do you know he hasn't slipped up this time? Everyone's all right till you find out about him.
I'm not going to argue with you anymore. The question is, Mr. Culsworth, what is to be done?
My lord, I obviously no longer have the confidence of my client, and with your lordship's leave, I and my learned junior will retire from the case.
Oh, well, what happens to me then?
You be quiet. It seems to me, Mr. Culsworth, that this case will have to be retried.
Well, what happens to the money I paid? Do I get it back?
You will have to discuss that with your solicitors.
And where do we go from here?
What do you say, Mr. Hopkins? I don't see how this trial can go on now, do you?
I see the difficulty, my lord. But I ask that the costs of this abortive trial should be paid by the plaintiff in any event.
What do you say, Mr. Culsworth?
Well, my lord, if I'm retiring from the case, it doesn't seem to me that I can properly argue that matter before your lordship.
Well, someone's got to.
I'm the counsel now, am I? Well, I'm worth the darn sight more than the £200 I paid him. A taxi driver would be prosecuted if he threw you out before he finished the journey, unless his engine failed. His engine hasn't failed.
I've a very good mind to send you to prison for your continued insolence.
Might as well, my lord. Perhaps I'll meet a lawyer there.
Very well. You leave me no alternative. Mr. Baker, if you choose to make a full and proper apology to the court, I will only send you to prison for a fortnight.
I may want longer than a fortnight, my lord. There ain't so many lawyers inside as there ought to be. Give me time to wait for him.
I will certainly give you a longer time in prison. I can see that leniency does not pay in your case. You will go to prison for 3 months.
Thank you, my lord. Perhaps you'll be there by then.
Take him away before he says any more. I shall now make it 6 months.
Take me away before he says any more.
afternoon, Mrs. Vernie. Samson is still the name. May I come in? Well, say if you'd rather I didn't. Ah, thank you. You're paler than when I first met you. I do hope it's nothing to do with me.
If I am, you know it is.
Well, let's hope I shan't have to come much more often. How's your husband?
Oh, please leave my husband out of this.
Well, if I took my cue from you, I would, wouldn't I? He was kept out of the... Well, good heavens, I've forgotten the name of the hotel. The one by the lake. You know. What was the name? Well, I've got it on the tip of my tongue. Oh, do tell me. Do you know, it's horrible when you can't think of a word. Now, do put me out of my agony.
You know perfectly well, but how do you know?
How do I know? Now, that's a question, isn't it? Well, there's an organization.
What do you mean?
Well, it's just like some of the stores or newspapers have an inquiry department. You can ring up and they'll give you the answer to almost everything. Date of the death of William Pitt, Jr., how to make a chicken curry, when's the last train to Glasgow. You know the idea.
I don't understand.
Well, there's an organization which buys and sells information of a different kind. For instance, suppose you were a waitress in a hotel. I got it. The Fisherman's Nook, for instance. And you happen to discover a couple staying there together who weren't married. You could sell the information to the people I mentioned. They'll want proof, mind you. It's no good just saying two people stayed at the Fisherman's Nook unless you can prove it.
How much do you want for this information?
Now, let me think. I bought it in a mixed lot, paid £150. Yes, averaging out, I'd say your little piece cost me about a tenner. Well, I work on 1,000% profit. I know it sounds a lot, but you see, some of the stuff is a dead loss, so you've got to pay for the bad with the good. Your arithmetic good enough to work it out? 1,000% on £10? Not difficult, really.
But I couldn't pay anything like £100.
Oh, what a pity. Well, I mustn't waste your time any more. Just in case you change your mind, I'll come along again in a week or so. Goodbye for the present. Oh, I'll leave this for your husband.
Why can't you leave me alone? Oh, Brian, you're here. He's been again. Oh, it was awful. He left this for Edward.
A brochure of the Fisherman's Nook. He's turning on the heat. How long do you think your husband's infatuation with the girl will last?
One just can't tell.
Why hasn't he left you?
Well, for one thing, she won't have him unless there's a divorce. That's her way of putting the pressure on.
I'll come up and talk it over in about half an hour.
Oh, Brian, you are good. I don't know what I should do without you.
I wish I could do more. Anything to stop blackmail.
Mr. Culsworth's clerk?
Yes?
My name is Samson. You won't know me. I wonder if I could have a word with Mr. Culsworth.
Are you a friend of his, sir?
No, a stranger, as a matter of fact. But perhaps you'd ask him if he'd be prepared to see me.
Very well, sir. Excuse me.
What is it, Digby?
There's a man to see you.
What's he want?
He didn't say.
Well, ask him. What name did he give?
Samuel or something.
Not Samson, by any chance?
Yes, that was it. Oh, how did you know?
Tell him I can only spare him a few minutes and show him in, please.
Very well, sir. But how did you guess his name?
Never mind. Show him in.
Mr. Culsworth will see you for a few minutes, sir.
Thank you. How kind.
Mr. Samson, sir.
Nice position you have here.
What is it you want to see me about?
Such a pleasant view and so quiet.
I'm afraid I haven't very much time.
Well, nor have I, as a matter of fact. Very good of you to see me.
Perhaps you'd tell me why you've come.
Well, to see you, of course. To see Brian Culsworth, Esquire, QC.
Why?
It's a new experience. I like new experiences.
Why have you come to see me?
Look, I might answer that question if you'd answer this one. Why did you see me? I'm a complete stranger to you. I didn't state my business. You probably don't know anyone of my name. You can't usually see anyone in such circumstances. Why did you?
I wanted to know what you wanted.
Well, I want to know why you wanted to know what I wanted. Well, Mr. Culsworth? Why? Oh, well, I'm so sorry to have troubled you. But you have got a nice view through that window. At any rate, I've seen that. Oh, by the way, weren't you in the Moriarty case about 3 years ago? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir. Sir, Sir?
Yes, Digby?
I have a message from Donald and McBean that they want to call you for the defense in that case of Baker, where you threw up the brief. They say they expect you'd prefer to have a subpoena. I said I'd ask you. You remember the case, sir? The chap who went to prison for contempt. The chap who said he told you about the defendant's admission when he hadn't.
Yes, I remember.
Well, the defendant wants you as a witness. There'll be questions of privilege, I suppose, but you'll have to be there, I imagine.
Yes, I suppose so.
Will you want a subpoena? I said I thought you would. You can't very well give evidence against your own client voluntarily.
Digby, do you think that man who called on me, Samson his name was, do you think he could be mixed up in that case at all?
How should I know, sir? I don't know anything about the man. You just told me to show him in when you heard his name. Are you feeling all right, sir?
I'm not feeling too good, as a matter of fact. I think I'll go home. Ring up my wife and say I'll be home early.
Nice you're home so early, Brian.
Jane, there's something I want to tell you.
Yes? Oh, just a minute. I must go and look in the oven.
Glass. Why must women always go into the kitchen when you want to say something to
It
them?
was lucky I went. It would have been quite ruined. Oh, by the way, when we have the Lushingtons for dinner, do you think we should have... Oh, I'm sorry. There's something you wanted to say.
It'll keep. Let's discuss the dinner for the Lushingtons.
Well, that's of no importance. You sounded serious.
It doesn't matter.
Oh, are you sure? The Lushingtons can really wait. They aren't coming for 10 days.
Darling, I'm in a hell of a mess and I don't know what to do.
Oh, no, not a woman. Not Margaret Vernie.
Well, in a sort of a way, it's through her. A man is blackmailing her and I've been trying to help her. He came to see me. I thought it was about her, but it wasn't. It was about me.
About you? But it's impossible. If there isn't a woman
Oh,
in it...
darling, there never has been one and there isn't one now.
But you've done nothing in your life to be blackmailed for.
It's something I did in a case. Someone's found out and is going to put the screw on me.
But what did you do?
I'll tell you. You remember a man called Moriarty I defended some years ago on a capital murder charge?
Yes, of course. It worried you quite a bit. He was convicted, but at one time you thought he might have been innocent.
Yes, during the case I did. I changed my mind later, but while I was defending him, I really did think that there was a possibility that he hadn't done it.
Is that why he was reprieved?
Perhaps, I don't know.
Well, what did you do which was so awful?
It's no joke, darling, I assure you.
But I can't imagine you breaking the rules or doing anything professional that you knew was wrong.
And that makes it worse. That's probably why I didn't tell you at the time. I knew you believed in me. You won't any longer.
I can't believe it.
I must tell you all the same. I didn't tell you before because I was a coward, and I didn't want to lose your good opinion of me. I'm telling you now because I'm a coward and can't fight this thing by myself.
You're not a coward.
I wish I weren't. Even now, I'm half frightened to tell you.
Tell me, darling.
It was while Moriarty was being cross-examined. He suddenly came up with something quite new. The counsel for the prosecution was onto him like a shot. When have you ever told anyone that story before, he asked. When, said Moriarty, and I've no doubt to give himself time, repeated, when? Yes, when, repeated counsel. Well, last week, said Moriarty. And whom did you tell last week, asked counsel, with obvious disbelief in his voice. Mr. Culsworth, said Moriarty. And I got up and said he had.
But he hadn't.
No, he hadn't. I'd only a second or two to decide what I must do. It was at a vital stage of the case. Exactly what my duty was, I'm not quite sure even now, but of one thing there can be no doubt. I knew it then, and I know it now. What I did was utterly wrong. I lied. My word was accepted by the judge without question. He told the jury that in view of my statement, there was nothing in the point.
Well?
Well, there it is.
Oh, you're not being serious.
I am. I'm not trying to excuse myself when I...
Excuse yourself? What for? When I said you're not being serious, I meant you couldn't think that anyone was blackmailing you for that. It's ludicrous. If it wasn't actually your duty to tell a lie, it's only what most lawyers would have done.
They wouldn't, I assure you. And they most certainly shouldn't.
Well, suppose your client had been hanged because you let him down by telling the truth.
It wouldn't have worried me in the least.
Well, it should have, then. They can hang all right, can they? So long as you and your fellow barristers and all the old judges can stick to the old school rules and drink the old school port.
You don't understand, darling. The reason that lawyers have such a good reputation in this country is because they don't do the things which foreign films make lawyers do.
All right, the standard's a high one, jolly good. But what does it matter if you fall below it once in a way?
It matters a great deal. Whatever people outside the profession might say or think, I assure you that the benches of my inn would take a very serious view of the matter indeed if I admitted it. They'd either disbar or suspend me. Either would mean ruin.
Well, that's simple then. Don't admit it. If those stupid old fools would make such a fuss about something which happened years ago, don't tell them. Let them enjoy their port and get on with something that matters. What harm have you done?
I lied to the court and was believed. I've never disclosed the truth, and I've been allowed to practice ever since.
All right, accept that. But what right have you to chuck your whole career away just to satisfy your own conscience?
Because though what I did was inexcusable, at least it was in the heat of the moment and mainly for my client's benefit. To lie now would be in cold blood and solely to save my own skin. I can't do it.
Why need you be asked about it at all?
Two things may happen. This man is quite definitely a blackmailer. He's blackmailing Margaret, and now he's started on me. She's in a spot, and now so am I. I don't.
What is it?
I suppose I might try to persuade her to prosecute.
Then why haven't you advised her to do it before?
She's frightened that if there were a prosecution, somehow or other her husband would find out about it.
And is that likely?
It's possible.
So your suggestion is that she should prosecute with the possibility that her husband will find out in order to save you. Is that it?
I'm afraid it was. I can see it doesn't sound so good.
But you prefer to do that rather than go straight to your benches now and say that an attempt is being made to blackmail you and that there's no truth whatever in the allegations against you?
If Samson's prosecuted for blackmail, I'd have to go into the witness box and commit perjury at his trial.
Well, you've committed perjury already.
No, I haven't. What I said wasn't on oath.
Oh, you mean barristers only have to tell the truth when they're on oath?
No, I don't. No, but you're quite right. Our simple word is accepted by a judge automatically. That's what makes what I did so bad. And I can't add to that by lying first to my benches and then in the witness box. And that brings me to the second thing which may happen.
What's that?
A little while ago, I threw up a case in the middle because my client told a lie.
But, darling...
Yes, oh, I know what you're going to say. I've become a bit touchy. Well, it was my duty to do it, but you're quite right. Since that lie I told, I have been especially meticulous about my behavior. Over-meticulous, if you like.
But how does all this come in?
Well, I'm being subpoenaed to give evidence for the other side. If they've been tipped off about the Moriarty case, I could be cross-examined about it.
And if you lied?
I'd be all right.
When do you know if it's going to happen?
Well, not until I'm actually in the witness box. That's what's so terrifying. What am I to do, Jane?
Well, you know what my advice is. Don't go out of your way to lie, but if necessary, lie your head off. It won't be nice, of course, but once it's over, you can get on with your work and forget all about it.
Oh, you make it all sound so easy, but I just couldn't do it. I'm sorry I've let you down, so...
Oh, don't be silly, darling. Whatever you do, I shan't complain. And anyway, you're not going to be ruined by any blackmailer.
This is Mr. Hamble's chamber?
Yes, sir.
My name is Samson. You won't know me. Might I have a word?
Come in, sir.
Are you the senior clerk?
Yes.
Glad to meet you, Mr. Brindley.
Oh, how do you know my name?
Well, you took the trouble to put it up outside, although in modestly small letters.
Oh, of course.
Well, how are you, Mr. Brindley?
Mustn't grumble.
Good. I like people who don't grumble. Lots of names you've got on the wall. Do any of them grumble?
Oh, some of the younger ones do if they don't get enough work. Now, what can I do for you, Mr. Sampson? Not from Samson Musgrove, I suppose?
Musgrove?
No, Merivale. I'm always mixing up the names. It's Simmons Musgrove, Samson Merivale.
Oh, most confusing. Nice view you have out of that window.
Yes, it is, isn't it? You want to brief someone in chambers?
Brief someone?
I thought you must be a solicitor.
Thanks for the compliment, but I'm not.
Well, what can I do for you? If it's insurance, I'm afraid everyone's fixed up here.
Insurance? It's extraordinary how everyone thinks I'm selling insurance. No, it's not insurance. I couldn't sell insurance. And do I look as though I could sell insurance? Now, frankly now, do I look as though I could sell insurance?
Well, what is it then, Mr. Sampson?
I'll tell you a very odd thing. I've forgotten.
Huh?
I'm terribly sorry, but I really have forgotten. I'll come back again another day when I've remembered. So very sorry to trouble you. But don't forget...
Forget what?
You mustn't grumble.
What on earth? Out of a loony bin, I suppose?
My name is Samson. You won't know me. Might I have a word?
If you're from the press, I'm afraid I've nothing for you.
What, do you mean to say that you, as a barrister clerk, have never said a word off the record?
Well...
Oh, how rude of me. Please, don't trouble to answer. But as a matter of fact, it wasn't about any particular case I came. I'm really an inquiry agent, but I do a bit of writing on the side. I want to do an article about the bar generally, you know, fees and all that. It's a closed book to most of the public.
Well, I haven't much time, and I don't want to be quoted.
Oh, of course not. Strictly off the record. It's very good of you to talk to me at all. Fees, for example.
What about them?
Well, you can't sue for them. Do you always get paid?
Usually.
Ever do work on spec?
Oh, not likely. It's unprofessional, anyway.
Oh, you mean your principal would get into trouble if you took a case on terms no win, no fee?
It's I who'd get into trouble.
But if he knew about it...
Then it wouldn't happen. Anyway, I wouldn't do it.
Of course, there are ways and means. I mean, say, you could take a case for a very low fee and, put it up if you won.
That's just as bad.
But is it never done?
Not here, anyway. You'd have to alter the fee on the brief.
Well, that's easy enough. A new back sheet, for example.
What is all this? You seem to know a good deal. What are you after?
Nothing, except information. Ever raised the fee when you saw the judge was in your favor?
I'm afraid I've given you all the time I can spare.
I'm sorry you're so touchy, but I'm sure that you wouldn't have done any of those things, or any of the other things I was going to ask you about, even if you had the chance.
Good morning. There's the door.
Now, do you know, if I were a suspicious person, I should wonder why you suddenly become so unfriendly. But fortunately, I'm not at all suspicious. I never do a thing on suspicion. I want proof. Absolute proof. The documents, you know, or something like that.
Get out!
Oh, but of course, how silly of me not to bring the documents with me.
What documents?
Oh, never mind. They're of very doubtful authenticity anyway. They never stand up in court. At least I doubt if they would. Well, not at present, anyway. Good morning. So very good of you to have cooperated.
Oh. You heard about this fellow going round the temple?
Called Samson.
That's the chap. A pretty dangerous individual. Lucky you and I have clear consciences. Shouldn't care to be in one or two chaps' shoes. He knows too much.
Yes. Don't pass this on, but I did hear that he'd had a private interview with one of the judges.
What?
And the judge didn't sit again that day.
No.
Went home with a headache or something.
Who was it?
Well, it's only a rumor, you know, and I shouldn't like people to think I pass these things round.
Of course you know me, old boy. I'll keep it to myself.
It was old Mowbray.
No.
Yeah. And don't you remember, some years back, there was that case in private. Can I just
I don't believe half the stories they tell. But it's pretty serious for one or two people we both know, I believe.
Yes, it must be pretty awful to be blackmailed. I'm glad I've nothing to worry about.
Well, I don't think I have. But if we all searched our consciences, there are very few of us who wouldn't find something we weren't proud of.
But not enough to be blackmailed for.
Not by itself, but if you embellished it a bit, added a bit here and there, it wouldn't sound so good. But I wouldn't pay. Never.
Some people would have to.
Look, there he is, leaning against the wall, making notes.
I'm going to have it out with him. I've had enough of this. I say, is your name Samson?
Yes, indeed. Yours is Ferndown, I believe, head of the chambers on the ground floor. How do you do?
Are you looking for someone?
Yes and no.
What do you mean by that?
What do you think I mean?
I've no idea.
So you still want to know?
That's why I asked you.
That doesn't follow.
I repeat, it's why I asked you.
I repeat, it doesn't follow. Shall I tell you why it doesn't follow?
No.
Then we're back where we started.
What are you doing here?
The same as the rest of us.
What do you mean by that?
What do you think I mean?
The temple is private property. Have you any legitimate business here?
Have I?
Yes, have you?
You tell me.
If you have no legitimate business here, I shall arrange with the authorities to have you ejected.
Off you go and arrange. Where shall I be when you come back?
I warn you that loitering is not permitted.
What's loitering, may I ask? I'm doing no more than hundreds or thousands of Londoners do every day. What right have you to question my activities?
My clerk saw you making notes outside these chambers.
I dare say he saw you making notes inside them. If you'll show me yours, I might show you mine. I don't promise, mind you, but I might.
What is your business here, sir?
Kindly go back to your lair, sir, or whatever you call the place from which you sprang upon me. I shall make as many notes as I please, and I shall call upon as many people as I please, and lean against as many walls as I please, and I shall not ask your permission, sir, neither by word of mouth, nor by writing, nor by conduct. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes? This is the editor speaking. Yes, I'm writing a leader about it. I'm dictating it now. Right. Ready, Miss Barnett?
Yes, sir.
Right. It is said that a blackmailer is going the rounds of the Temple and Lincoln's Inn, threatening to report barristers and their clerks for unprofessional behavior, but offering to refrain on terms.
Just a moment, sir, please. Refrain on terms,
That's
right?
Now, there are few crimes worse than blackmail, but it is seldom possible to blackmail anyone unless he has done something wrong. Got that?
Yes, sir.
The fact that so many people in the law appear to be vulnerable to his despicable mode of attack suggests that the high-sounding phrases about barristers' integrity...
barristers' integrity?
Which are so regularly and sanctimoniously used both by the bar itself and the bench, need perhaps to be reconsidered.
Just a moment, sir, please. Need perhaps to be reconsidered.
Yes. If one man can reduce one side of the legal profession to a state of shivering anxiety, is it not time that that side of the profession asks itself if all is well within it?
If all is well within it. Yes, sir?
Undoubtedly, this man, whoever he is, should be caught quickly and sent to prison for many years. But when that has been done, the bar should consider what surgical operations may be necessary.
Surgical operations.
May be necessary. To see that such a state of affairs cannot occur again. That is far more important than the fate of this particular blackmailer and his victims.
Brian, he says he's coming for the last time tomorrow.
The last time?
Yes. Oh, what shall I do? Dare I prosecute?
It's a bit difficult for me to advise you. As a matter of fact, I'd like you to prosecute, but...
But, Brian, you speak as though you were personally concerned.
I am, Margaret.
It's my fault.
Not in the least.
Will it help you if I prosecute?
I think it would.
Then I will.
You mustn't do it on my account.
Oh, it's better to risk a prosecution than to have the probability of his telling my husband. Well, what do we do? Go straight to Scotland Yard?
If you'll risk it, yes. And they'll set a trap for him when he comes to see you tomorrow.
All right. I'm ready.
Well, Mrs. Vernie, here I am. Sorry to be late, but I've been very busy. Awful lot of people to see.
I quite understand. Come in.
Now, what were we discussing last time I called? To tell you the truth, I've been doing so much since I last saw you that I've almost forgotten what I've been coming to see you about.
I haven't.
Well, that's natural. You've only the one case. I've hundreds. Well, they seem like that. Same with the judge, I suppose. The prisoner remembers the judge all right, but the judge can't be expected to remember the prisoner. He sees too many of them.
But surely you know.
Charming furniture you have, and pictures. Do you mind if I have a little look round? I say, it's a bit dusty behind this picture, forgive my saying so. I wonder what those wires are for. Well. Anyone might think you were recording this interview. I can't think why. But you're a busy woman and I'm a busy man. I mustn't keep either of us anymore. I've enjoyed our chat.
Would you mind switching it off, Inspector?
Goodbye.
Well, that was hopeless. He obviously suspected a trap from the start.
Now what do we do? And what'll he do?
Yes, Inspector, what happens now?
What about one of the other people in the temple? Do you think any of them will talk?
You could try.
I doubt if we'll get anything. People who are being blackmailed are pretty shy of talking. That's what makes our job so difficult in these cases. What are we going to do if we get nothing?
Well, that's up to you, of course, but I suppose you could interview Samson and put Mrs. Vernie's story to him. You might get enough to convict him by questioning him.
That'll be better. We'll go after him straight away. I'm inquiring about a Mr. Samson. I'm inquiring about a Mr. Samson. I'm inquiring about a Mr. Samson.
This is the Crown Hotel. Just one moment, sir. I'll find out for you.
The police are anxious to interview a Mr. Samson. Until recently, when he disappeared, was seen frequently in the vicinity of the temple.
And now at the Crown Hotel.
He might be able to help them in inquiries they are making about a case of blackmail. Mr. Samson is aged about 40.
40?
Of medium height, dark hair, and is rather inclined to comment on the view out of the window. That is the end of the police announcement.
Yes, sir. So that'll be perfectly all right.
The news will follow in a minute and a quarter.
I'm so sorry, sir. I'll be with you in a moment. I'll just turn down the radio.
That's quite all right, dear lady.
Service will be an adaptation by Henry
Settle for news.
of his new book,
Blackmailer disappears. Really?
Alan Bedell and Patrick
Hunt
Barr,
for blackmailer?
Catherine
Well, well, well.
and Margaret Mars.
Blackmailer seen in Ipswich.
Play has a legal setting.
Blackmailer thought in Wales.
What happened?
Wales indeed. Blackmailer in Scotland. Scots way. Ah, that's better. Nationwide search for blackmailer.
Oh, so sorry to have kept you, sir.
Not at all. I was just reading the headlines. Have you got a single room by any chance?
Oh, certainly, sir. For how long?
Well, I'm not sure. I'm having a short holiday. Depends how I like it. Perhaps a fortnight or so.
Oh, well, that'll be quite all right. We're not very busy at the moment, you know. Would you sign the register, please?
Certainly. There. I'd better not mention the view, or you'd be ringing up the police.
Oh, good gracious. Mr. Samson. Oh, it is rather an uncommon name. Oh, well, it must be rather embarrassing for you at the moment.
Well, so far it hasn't been.
Well, I can't see a man who's wanted up and down the country registering in his own name.
Oh, I don't know. That's exactly what I do. Perhaps you'd like me to prove who I really am.
Oh, good gracious. No, sir. No. Would you like tea in the morning, sir?
Yes, please. I shall be going out quite early, but I'll be back to lunch. Oh, by the way, do you happen to know the names of any solicitors in Settleton?
Well, when I had my little spot of bother, I went to Seaworthy, Clipper and Company.
Oh, thank you very much.
Then Mr. Clipper, he's ever such a kind man.
Please sit down, Mr. Smith. What can I do for you?
The name is Samson, not Smith.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
I thought your receptionist might be nervous, so I said Smith, but I'm Samson.
Oh, dear.
Yes, that's right, the one you've been reading about. Nice view you've got out of that window, Isn't that the sea?
This isn't the police station, Mr. Simpson.
I should hope not. Let them come to me if they want me. Why should I go to them? I've not disguised myself. This is me, Samson in the flesh, the man the police want to interview. All right, I say, here I am, let them come to me.
But what can I do for you, Mr. Sampson? I don't myself do criminal work, and my partner, Mr. Seaworthy, is away at the moment.
Who said criminal work?
Oh, but blackmail is a crime, a very serious one. Now, Mrs. Weatherstone and Margaret in the High Street.
Oh, I dare say they're all right, but I've got flat feet, and I don't want to do any more walking. Besides, I prefer to bring my little bit of business to you.
And what, may I ask, is your little bit of business?
This.
Oh, I don't think we can take your case, Mr. Sampson.
Well, you don't know what's in it yet. There.
Oh, dear.
Only newspapers. Don't look so worried.
I don't understand.
Look.
Blackmailer believed to be in hiding. Search in Chester.
Who do you think that refers to?
Well, if you'll forgive me, you.
Have you any doubt of it?
No.
I should not have forgiven you if you'd had any doubt. And these are all the same. I've got 150 of them. All the dailies, all the Sundays, and lots of provincials. And just once more, Mr. Clipper, who do you think they refer to?
You, Mr. Sampson.
And you are a reasonable man, Mr. Clipper. As a solicitor, you must be. Now, who would any reasonable man think they refer to?
Well, you?
No doubt at all?
None, I'm afraid.
And what do they describe me as?
Blackmailer, I'm afraid.
And that's a pretty unpleasant thing to say about anyone, isn't it, Mr. Clipper?
Most unpleasant.
Then what do you think the damages will be?
The damages? Oh, there won't be any question of damages, I'm afraid. You're bound to go to prison. They might make you pay the cost as well.
You seem to think that I am a blackmailer, Mr. Clipper.
Well, as you ask me, I do.
Why?
Well, all this...
Splendid. Now, that's what everyone would say, isn't it? I'm convicted before I'm tried, aren't I?
Oh, no, Mr. Sampson. I assure you you'll get a perfectly fair trial before you're convicted.
Well, that's very comforting. But just suppose I'm not guilty. Suppose I'm not a blackmailer. What about these newspapers then? People can't say that sort of thing about me if it isn't true, can they? Now, what did you say the damages would be?
You mean if you sued them for libel?
Exactly.
Well, I suppose they'd be large, but only if what they say isn't true.
Tell me, Mr. Clipper, do I look like a blackmailer?
Well, quite frankly, I've never seen one to my knowledge before.
Careful, Mr. Clipper, now careful. You said before. That's calling me a blackmailer. If there'd been someone else present, you'd before it too now, wouldn't you?
No one else heard it, I assure you.
But of course. And to call a man a blackmailer is quite insulting, isn't it? And it might make me want to hit you on the nose.
Oh.
Now, isn't that conduct likely to provoke a breach of the peace?
Oh, well, really.
Don't worry, Mr. Clifford. I shan't prefer a charge.
Oh, really, sir, I had no intention.
That's quite all right, Mr. Clifford. You're my solicitor, and it wouldn't do anyone any good to put you in the dock. Local solicitor charged, or even local solicitor acquitted wouldn't look good at all now, would it? Now, let's get on with my little matter. I want you to write a letter to all these newspapers.
But surely you ought to give yourself up first.
Give myself up? What for?
For alleged blackmail.
But that isn't an offence, Mr. Clifford. Not alleged blackmail, only actual blackmail. Now, why should I give myself up for that if I'm not guilty?
Well, the police have asked you to.
But why should I do what the police ask? I'm not hiding. I'm simply not calling on them.
Then would you mind if I told them where you were?
I most certainly would, Mr. Clifford. I'd come to you in confidence. I should go straight to Messrs. Weatherstone and Margaret if you broke that confidence.
What do you
to
mean?
sue you, I mean. Right? Shall we get on with the letters?
To whom do you wish me to write?
To whom? The whole lot, of course.
And what do you wish me to write?
Well, I'll suggest the effect of the letters, and you can put it into solicitor's language. And perhaps we'd better have your secretary in. Then there will be a third party present.
Oh, yes. Come in, please, Miss Pink. My client's going to draft a letter.
Ready, Mr. Smith.
We have been consulted by our client, Mr. Richard Samson.
Samson.
Mr. Richard Samson of... Well, I don't think we'll put in any address for the moment. In regard to a very serious libel published by you about our client in your issue of the... And fill in that according to the newspaper. Our client is amazed that a newspaper of your standing should, without any knowledge of the true facts, publish such a scandalous libel upon our client. Got that?
Yes, sir.
This is calculated to ruin our client, and accordingly, unless you publish with equally large prominence a complete withdrawal and apology within 48 hours of receipt of this letter, proceedings will follow.
Proceedings will follow.
To mark the gravity of the matter, he will also require you to make a substantial payment to charity. Put in any charity you like. As for the amount, put in £1,000 for the nationals and 100 for the provincials.
Oh, but if you want damages, Mr. Sampson, why say a charity?
But they won't accept this offer, and it looks better at this stage.
You've never been in the law yourself, I suppose, Mr. Sampson.
No, thank you. Then wind up by saying, proceedings will be taken at once if these terms are not complied with. Got that?
Yes, Mr. Smith. Mr. Samson, sir.
Right. Oh, one thing, Mr. Clifford. You don't know me, except, shall we say, by reputation. So I thought you might like something on account of your costs. Here's £50 in cash.
Thank you very much, sir.
I'll be back to hear the answers in a few days. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Sampson.
Was Mr. Smith really Mr. Samson?
Well, I believe so, but we've only got his word for it. It might be a practical joker, I suppose. Oh, why didn't I think of that before? I knew I shouldn't have taken on the case, but he made me. Really, he did. He pretty well blackmailed me. Oh. Now, what have I said? Oh, don't repeat that on any account, Miss Pink.
Are you going to tell the police, sir?
No, not at present. As a matter of fact, I think these letters should do the trick. The whole of the press will be down here. They'll soon find him if Scotland Yard don't. Now, let's get on with them. First of all, make me a list of all these newspapers with their addresses. I think we might have some news for Mr. Sampson.
Well, Mr. Clifford, what news?
Bad, I'm afraid, Mr. Sampson.
Bad? How can it be bad? It's much too soon for it to be bad. Have you had any definite replies yet?
Oh, that's what I meant. We have. It's here. They said that they're amazed at the effrontery of a man who's hiding from the police.
Well, I like that. Who's hiding? Go on. What else?
They suggest that instead of making what they describe as ludicrous demands, you should give yourself up to the police.
But they wouldn't know what to do with me if I did. Anything else?
They add that if you're bold enough to issue a writ, they wish to remind you that your true address must appear on it, and they ask us to make sure that you give a genuine one.
Ah. Is that correct?
Indeed, yes.
Oh. Well, it seems I'll have to see the police a little bit earlier than I expected. And the press, too, I suppose. Where the carcass is, there the eagles will be gathered.
Oh.
Never mind. Issue writs against the lot, please, at once. I expect you'd like some money. I come prepared.
Thank you.
But don't look so gloomy, man. Oh. There's no reason why you should lose any sleep.
can't you sleep, Brian, darling?
Not terribly well.
Nor can I. Let's talk. It's Samson, isn't it? When's Baker's case coming on?
Heaven knows. He's still in prison and it's slowed things up. This waiting is getting me down.
Do you think they'll catch Samson?
I expect so. It doesn't make much difference to me what happens to him as far as Baker's case is concerned.
Why not?
Because either he's already given the information to Baker's opponent or he hasn't. If he hasn't, I shall be okay. If he has, I'm finished.
Finished? Because of a couple of criminals, Moriarty and Samson.
Darling, I've told you before. Look, I simply cannot stand up in the witness box and say I told the truth in the Moriarty case. It'd be a lie. Well, could you?
Oh, good Lord, yes. If your happiness was involved. If I were charged with capital murder, would you give me away rather than tell an untruth?
You can always put up an absurd example to try to prove a point.
Well, if I were charged with a serious motoring offence, would you lie to save me?
On oath?
Oh, what a question. No woman would ask it. She'd lie to the police, to the magistrate, to the judge, to everyone to help her husband, wouldn't you? Save me?
I just don't know. We lawyers have been brought up to regard the truth as sacrosanct as far as we're concerned.
But you don't mean that you expect every barrister or solicitor or judge, for that matter, who say he's got a jealous wife and has kissed another woman, always to tell his wife the truth about it.
That's a purely personal matter. Well, even then, I should be a bit shocked if I heard, say, Mr. Justice Blank tell a lie to his wife, but professionally, it's automatic for us to tell the truth.
But if I were charged with something, you'd only be acting as my husband, not as a lawyer.
It would be a lie in connection with a case, and every instinct in me would make me revolt at the thought of it.
But what about having an instinct to preserve and help me?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to rub it in, but I must say I find it a little hard that you were prepared to lie professionally for a thug like Moriarty and that you wouldn't lie privately for me.
Well, that's perfectly fair. I acted disgracefully. It'd be nothing like as disgraceful to lie to protect you.
Would you do it then?
I just don't know. Thank the Lord, the problem will never arise.
The problem has arisen.
What?
Well, I simply mean that if you ruin yourself, you ruin us at one and the same moment.
That only shows that I behaved abominably. I deserve everything you say. But I can't lie about it again. Good night.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling. But whatever happens, I'll be with you. Anyway, I'm sure the police will be able to do something about that horrible man.
I am Inspector Cardew of the Criminal Investigation Department, and this is Detective Sergeant Coles. I believe you have a Mr. Samson staying here. I'd like to interview him, please.
Oh, yes, we have a Mr. Samson, but I don't think he's the man you're looking for. He seems a very nice class of gentleman.
Good morning, Inspector. You'd like to have a word with me?
Oh, Mr. Samson. Then it was you after all.
I never said it wasn't, dear lady.
Well, really?
Come to my room, Inspector. It'll be quieter there.
We'd prefer you to come to the police station.
Are you arresting me?
Not at present.
Then the interview is here, or not at all.
Very well, Mr. Samson. We'll go to your room.
It's along here. Do bring Sergeant Coles. Do sit down, please. And you too, Sergeant Coles. Now, what can I do for you?
Complaints have been laid by a lady called Mrs. Vernie that you have been blackmailing her. I'd like to put her statement to you to see to what extent, if any, you agree with her.
That's fair enough. But let me make this plain at once. I have not been blackmailing her, nor anyone else.
Quite so. Do you agree you have been going to see her?
Yes.
Why?
In the course of business.
What business?
I'm an inquiry agent.
What were you investigating?
Now, you will keep this confidential, Inspector.
Well, that depends, Mr. Samson. Anything you now say may be used in evidence if you're prosecuted. But if you're not prosecuted, I'll undertake that this information won't go beyond the police and the Director of Public Prosecution's office.
Very well, then. I was employed by her husband, who suspected that she'd been unfaithful to him.
Employed by her husband, sir? But she says that you threatened that unless she paid you at least £100, you'd tell her husband about her.
Oh, no. Money never came into it. Certainly, I told her all sorts of things to get information out of her, but I never suggested that she should pay me a penny. After I found out as much as I thought I could, I let on who I was. Well, I think she guessed it anyway.
She says that you told her you'd bought information about her going with a man to the Fisherman's Nook Hotel from an organization which sells such information.
Well, there is something in that. There is an organization which I use when I'm making inquiries, and they do buy information from chambermaids and so forth. Then they sell it to us.
What is this organization? Who runs it?
That I'm not telling. There's nothing illegal about it, but it's not a nice sort of trade, and they like to remain anonymous.
You've been going round the temple asking questions.
What's wrong with that?
Some of the people resent it.
Well, I don't much care for you coming here and asking me questions, but it's not illegal, so long as you go when I say I've had enough.
What was your object?
I've told you. I'm an inquiry agent, and I was making inquiries.
What about?
That's my business. I've told you about Mrs. Vernie, and I'm certainly not going further than that.
Why did you run away?
Well, I didn't run away. I wanted a holiday and came here in my own name.
But you must have heard that we wanted to interview you.
Well, of course I did, but I didn't want to interview you.
Why not?
Because, quite frankly, Inspector, I don't like your methods. If I hadn't known my rights, I'd have been in the police station by now, wouldn't I? You really ought to do something about that cough, Sergeant Coles.
Just one more thing. You say quite definitely that you were employed by Mrs. Vernie's husband.
Certainly.
No doubt about it at all?
No doubt whatever. Go and ask him.
We will.
Right. Oh, one thing, Inspector.
Yes?
Remember me to Mrs. Vernie?
Mrs. Vernie, we've seen the man. He says he's an inquiry agent employed by your husband.
What? Oh, that can't possibly be true.
Why are you so sure?
Because Samson knows about the Fisherman's Nook. And if Edward knew, he'd have acted long ago.
We were proposing to go and see your husband.
Oh, no, for God's sake, you can't do that. No, you promised me you'd help me when I came to you. That would be ruining me.
You must see the case from our point of view, Mrs. Vernie. If, as we believe, the man is lying when he says your husband employed him, we have enough evidence to convict him, or at any rate to put him on trial.
And ruin my life. I don't mind whether he goes to jail or not. I want to keep my husband.
But, Mrs. Vernie, suppose Samson is telling the truth, and a prosecution will be quite hopeless.
If he's telling the truth, I'm telling you lies. Do you think I am?
Certainly not. I can see no reason why you should.
Go to Mr. Culsworth if you doubt me. But I beg of you not to tell my husband. Please, please promise me you won't.
Well, it doesn't lie in my hands entirely, madam, but we'll report what you have said. But one way or another, I'm going to get Mr. Samson.
Well, Mr. Samson, so far, so good. I don't think you are going to be prosecuted yet.
And what do you mean by that, Mr. Clipper?
Well, as you know, all the newspapers used to join together and instructed the same firm of solicitors.
Well?
They put in a defense in which they say that you are a blackmailer.
But that's fine. It'll increase the damages, won't it? But why don't you think I'll be prosecuted at present?
Because up to now, they've plainly tried to delay matters, and it was obvious that they were waiting for the Director of Public Prosecutions to prosecute you and do their work for them. Suddenly, they've stopped their delaying tactics and are trying to bring the action to trial as soon as possible.
I see. Well, that suits me, doesn't it?
I hope so. In other words, the Director is going to see what happens in your action. If you win, you'll be quite safe.
And if I lose, as you think I will, they'll arrest me. Is that it?
Well, yes, I suppose so.
And why do you think I'll lose?
Oh, need we go into that?
Well, no, not if it's because you yourself don't believe me. But is there anything else?
Well, there is.
Ah?
It's rather curious, really.
What's curious?
It's about Edward Vernie. From what the other side solicitors have told me, I believe they haven't interviewed him, and that's why you're not being prosecuted yet.
Why shouldn't they interview him?
Because if you were not employed by him, in other words, if you're a blackmailer and Mrs. Vernie is telling the truth and you aren't, they'd be betraying her confidence to her husband. And one thing the police don't like doing is doing the blackmailer's work for him. No one would come to them at all if they were going to be given away.
Well, I see that. But what's that got to do with your believing me guilty?
Well, you won't let me go and see Edward Vernie either. And I cannot see any, forgive me, any honest reason why you won't let me go to interview him.
But I told you, he's touchy about it. He's promised to come to give evidence for me, provided he's not worried by his solicitors and all that.
Oh, but just one interview, 5 minutes only, even less, or one letter from him.
Well, what would a letter mean? You don't know his signature. I could write it myself.
Oh, that's very true. Then just a short interview.
No. I know my man. You told me his evidence is vital to me. I agree. I want to be sure that we get it.
But we could subpoena him. He'd have to come.
He could go abroad, Mr. Clipper.
Oh, yes.
No, Mr. Clipper. You must trust me. I know you don't like that word where I'm concerned, but after all, would I be such an idiot as to lead you up the garden? Now, what would I possibly gain by that?
Time, Mr. Samson, time. You may be going abroad, too, when your arrangements are complete.
I like your frankness, Mr. Clipper. Always have. But your suspicions are ill-founded. Edward Vernie will be in court just as certainly as I shall, and I'm glad it'll be soon. And then I'll answer the questions you haven't thought of.
Mr. Samson, let me ask you this. Did you listen to your learned counsel, Mr. Felcham's opening of this case?
I did, Mr. Dorset.
No doubt you heard him say that he was calling you to give evidence to say that you were employed by a gentleman his lordship allowed to be called Mr. X.
I did.
But he didn't mention that he was calling Mr. X to corroborate your story.
No, he said nothing about Mr. X giving evidence.
A pretty important witness.
So I was told.
Vital to your case.
That's for the jury to say.
I can't imagine that anyone as experienced as my learned friend Mr. Felsham would have omitted to tell the jury by accident that Mr. X was being called by you as a witness.
I'm quite sure he wouldn't do anything by accident. I have the greatest confidence in Mr. Felsham. More, I should say, than he has in me.
Well, you said it, Mr. Samson. May I ask why?
Certainly. It's the reason why he never said anything in opening my case about Edward... I'm so sorry. Mr. X coming here. I told him he would be coming, but he didn't believe me. So he waited to see what happened.
May I ask what has happened? Are we to have the privilege of seeing Mr. X in the witness box?
Certainly. He's sitting down there. Third row from the back.
Silence in court. I shall rise now. If there's any more of this noise in the morning, I shall have the court cleared.
Well, Dorset, old boy, now that you've seen Edward Vernie in court, how about paying me, say, £100,000?
My dear Felsham, while I can't pretend I'm as happy about the case as I was, I don't believe in surrendering just because of one damaging blow.
As you like, old boy, but in the morning that one damaging blow is going to be followed by a knockout. Once Vernie gives evidence, you've had it.
He might be run over by a bus.
Funny you should say that.
Why?
My own client, Mr. Samson, suggested the same about Mrs. Vernie.
Not really.
He says he was only joking, but I wasn't so sure at the time. He even suggested that we might pay Mrs. Vernie to disappear.
Joking again, I suppose?
Oh, exactly.
But why are you telling me all this?
To show the strength of Samson, old boy. I'll grant you that up till that final answer of his just now, I had, as he said, no faith in him at all. But now we've got Edward Vernie, your clients have had it well and truly.
He hasn't given evidence yet. You can't tell what he'll say.
I've assigned proof of his evidence.
Then why on earth didn't you say so in opening the case?
My client could have written the proof himself for all I knew. Until I saw Mr. Edward Vernie in the flesh, I was keeping my silly mouth shut. Want to settle? My price will go up after I've called him.
Well, I can't pretend I like the position, but I don't think my newspaper clients will give in at this stage, having gone so far.
Okay. See you in the morning. Oh, there's Cosworth. I want to have a word with him. I'm told he'll be giving evidence in an action in a day or two. Do you know what it's all about?
Yes, he threw up a case in the middle or something. Now he's been subpoenaed by his former opponent.
Thank heaven, Jane, the case is on. These months must have been hell for you. Oh, if only we knew what I was going to be asked. If only. I'm sorry, darling. I've asked the same question 1,000 times. More. I sleep on it, dream on it, live on it. Oh, we shall know tomorrow.
What sort of witness was Baker?
Excellent. 6 months inside must have done him good. I must confess I believed him, except that he never told me about the supposed interview in the public house. It looks bad for me. If they can break me down, Baker wins. I'm the only card the defendant's got left. Have they got a Moriarty to trump me with? Talking of trumps, it's extraordinary about Samson, isn't it? Looks as if he's going to win.
Do you really think so?
Well, I confess I haven't thought much about his case, only about mine, but it's very odd. I'd have guaranteed that Margaret Vernie was telling the truth. Well, I still feel it. I simply can't believe that what she told me didn't happen exactly as she told it to me. But it must have. Yet if Edward Vernie says he knew all about the fisherman's nook, she must have been lying. Well, we'll see. By Jove, that was a change.
What?
For a moment, I stopped thinking about my case and was only thinking of Samson.
Mr. Felsham, call your next witness, please.
I'll call Mr. X, my lord. Mr. X, please. Call him outside, please, Usher. He knows he's to be called Mr. X. Mr. X! Mr. X! No answer, my lord.
No answer?
No answer? Mr. Samson, I told you ought to have been subpoenaed.
Don't worry, he'll be here.
Mr. Clipper, I've got a note for you, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Felsham, I must speak to you.
Well, Mr. Felsham?
Would your lordship forgive me a moment? What is it, Mr. Clipper?
A note from Mr. Vernie.
What's it say?
Dear Mr. Sampson, I'm so sorry that after all I shall not be able to help you at your trial. I have been called abroad suddenly.
What?
I'm so sorry, and hope it won't inconvenience you too much. Thank you so much for your help. Yours sincerely, Edward Vernie.
You heard that, Mr. Sampson?
What happens now, Mr. Felsham?
You'll lose the case, Mr. Sampson. Forgive me, my lord. I want to show this to my learned opponent. Dorset, will you let me put this in?
Oh, dear boy, I will not. Want to settle now? I'll give you sixpence. Make it ninepence.
Oh. My lord.
Yes, Mr. Felsham?
The plaintiff has no further evidence to call.
Very well. Yes, Mr. Dorset.
May it please your lordship, members of the jury, my learned opponent has just shown me a piece of paper said to contain the explanation of Mr. X's absence here today. But how do we know that it was Mr. X who was here yesterday? We only have Mr. Sampson's word for it. Members of the jury, I venture to suggest to you that Mr. Samson knew he could never call Mr. X. I am not going to detain you further, members of the jury. I shall let Mrs. X tell her own story. We are only mouthpieces. Nothing that we say is evidence. What you require is the sworn testimony not of someone who is here today and gone tomorrow, but of someone who is here today and tomorrow morrow, if need be. Call Mrs. X.
Well, now, Mr. Sampson, have you had enough? I assure you that when you're prosecuted, as undoubtedly you will be, you're liable to get a heavier sentence for forcing Mrs. Vernie into the box.
No one's forcing her, Mr. Felsham.
Don't be ridiculous. You are. If you give up now, she won't have to be called as a witness. You're bound to lose anyway. Why put her through this ordeal?
You don't like me, do you, Mr. Felsham?
I do not. But if you were my closest friend, I'd give you the same advice.
If you were my closest friend, I hope you wouldn't appear for me. You'd be as prejudiced in my favor then as you're prejudiced against me now.
Mere abuse.
Now, come along, Mr. Dorset. Let the witness come into the box.
Would your lordship forgive me a moment?
I say, Felsham, we've just had this. A letter from Margaret, Vernie. I'm dreadfully sorry about this, but something wonderful has just happened. My husband suddenly said that if I'd go away with him at once, he'd try to forget the other woman. I just had to go. I am so very sorry, but I'm sure you realize that for me it is my whole life, while yours is only a case. By the time you get this, I shall be in the air. I am already treading on it. With so many regrets and thanks, Margaret Vernie.
Bad luck, old boy.
My lord, might I apply for an adjournment to get in touch with the witness who has flown abroad?
Any objection, Mr. Felsham?
No, my lord. I sympathize with my learned friend in his misfortune.
Do you indeed, Mr. Felsham? How good of you. It's very inconvenient, members of the jury, but in the circumstances I see no alternative but to adjourn.
This is Springfield and Company, solicitors of London. Springfield of London, England.
Do you wish to book a room? How many solicitors?
I want to speak to Mrs. Vernie, please.
Mrs. Vernie, one moment, please.
Well, Mr. Briggs, at any rate, she's staying there.
Good.
Has your paper got a representative there?
I think so, but what are you going to say to her?
Now, what I think, that might cut me off. Hello?
Hello? Hello,
Vernie.
Yes, this is Springfield and Co.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
Yes, I dare say. When are you coming back?
Well, I don't suppose we shall. Not for years, anyway.
Wait, can we take your evidence abroad?
I'm afraid not. I just want to forget the whole affair.
But I hope you realize you left the defendants in the cart.
I'm most awfully sorry. But look, if you're a married man in love with your wife, surely you can understand. I mean, this is better than all the cases in the world. Goodbye.
Oh, hell. You can say that for me, too. We'll have to pay, I suppose. But I'm damned if my paper will make an apology.
Well, Mr. Samson, I owe you an apology.
Much more than that, Mr. Clipper. £100,000, I think they said they'd pay. You owe me that.
As soon as it comes, Mr. Samson, you shall have it. And if you think that at any time I've shown a lack of confidence in your case, I do.
My dear Mr. Clipper, £100,000 will wipe out the memory of it forever. I'm most grateful to you for your help.
Yes.
Now, I wonder if you can tell me where Mr. Leslie Baker's case is being heard.
Well,
I'd like to see the end of that, particularly Mr. Culsworth's evidence. We've had the main dish and the sweet, now for the savoury. I'd like to think of the hound being chased by the fox in the witness box.
I swear by Almighty God that the evidence I shall give to the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And oh, God, it's got to be.
Is your full name Brian Culsworth? Do you live at 11 Hilton Rise, NW? And are you one of Her Majesty's counsel?
Yes.
You appeared for the plaintiff at his first trial. His counsel on this trial has agreed to your saying what took place between you. Did Mr. Baker ever tell you of a conversation he had with the defendant after the litigation had started?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
Thank you, Mr. Culsworth.
Mr. Panther, perhaps you would start your cross-examination before we adjourn?
If your lordship pleases. Mr. Culsworth, I suppose you think it's a pretty serious thing to throw up a case in the middle?
Well, oh, God, I don't like this. Yes, of course.
You acted on the spur of the moment, didn't you?
Oh, God, he's leading up to it. Not exactly on the spur of the moment. I was not on my feet.
Then you recognize you might make a mistake on the spur of the moment.
Well, yes. It's nice of him to call it a mistake, but I can't. This is it. But there must be a few more questions first. Yes, one could make a mistake.
And you didn't have much time in the present case to think about it?
No.
Couldn't you have taken a little longer to decide? After all, the man was your client. There might have been a mistake. We all make mistakes, don't we?
Of course.
Have you never, in the course of a case, said something too quickly and it turned out to be wrong?
Yes. That's an odd way of putting it. Yes, certainly. Don't please ask me if I've always corrected it.
Now, I would like to put this question to you.
Yes, I knew it. He was bound to.
Well, please don't think I mean to be offensive.
Of course not. This is Panther's way. He's going to make me convict myself or lie. What a perfect way of cross-examining a colleague.
Don't you think you could have been wrong in the present case?
I could have been, I suppose, but I wasn't. This is better. Can he possibly be leading to something quite different?
But isn't a mistake more likely to be made if you act so quickly?
I suppose so. This is wonderful. He can't be leading to Moriarty.
So in the present case, you were more likely to make a mistake than if you'd thought about it for longer.
Yes.
So you could have made a mistake?
He isn't on Moriarty. He can't be, or he'd have come to it this time, surely. I could, but I didn't.
Now, let us see. Your client said in evidence that at an interview at a public house after the writ had been issued, the defendant implied he admitted his liability, didn't he?
Yes.
He also said, didn't he, that he didn't attach much importance to it, as he was the only person who heard it.
Yes.
Was that quite reasonable for him, in your view?
Well, not unreasonable.
So that it was the sort of thing he might either not mention or not stress.
I suppose so.
Or he might mention one part of it and not mention the other.
How do you mean?
Well, as he attached little or no importance to the matter,
He might have casually mentioned that he saw the defendant in a public house, but not have said what happened. After all, his attitude of mind was, it's word against word. If I'm not believed on the original promise, I shan't be believed about this either, so what does it matter? Well, that's reasonable, isn't it?
Yes, I should say so.
Now, if your client had only said to you that he'd seen the defendant in a public house without telling you about the conversation, that would have made no impression on you at all, would it? It would have been, well, completely immaterial.
Yes, that is so.
So that if all the plaintiff said to you was that, you might well either not have registered it, or you might have forgotten it.
Yes, that's possible.
Well, then you can't swear, can you, that the plaintiff did not tell you that he'd seen the defendant in a public house?
No, I can't swear he didn't say just that.
Let us assume, then, that he did say it. After all, he swears that he did say it, and you cannot swear that he did not. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, if he did say simply that he'd seen the defendant in a public house, it's not unreasonable that as he did mention the one fact, he might have thought he mentioned the other fact too.
Yes, that's fair.
Well, if that's fair, don't you think you were a little hasty in throwing up the case, as in effect you did? Your client may well have told you half the story, and thought that he told you the whole story. Well, nothing dishonest about that, is there?
Oh, nothing at all.
Then I repeat, don't you think that you may have done your client an injustice?
I think you're probably right. That may well be what happened. I owe my client a profound apology. I acted too quickly. He may well have believed he told me about the interview, even though he hadn't. Jane, it's me. It's all right. It's all right.
Oh, darling, how wonderful.
I'll tell you all about it when I get home, but I had to ring you.
Oh, I'm so happy. What happened to Mr. Baker?
He won easily. Meet me for dinner.
I can't wait.
Darling.
And what happened to Mr. Samson?
Just £100,000.
£100,000?
Thank you very much, sir. This is Mr. and Mrs. Vernie's room.
Thank you.
Oh, muchas gracias, senor. Thank you very, very much, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Mrs. Vernie, might I have a word? The name is Samson.
Richard.
Margaret.
Oh, darling, you are wonderful.
Oh, so are you.
How much?
£100,000, what we went for. And don't worry, I brought your share. Now, where is that husband of yours?
Edward's coming back in a minute. We must celebrate.
Well, I mustn't stay, but, oh, my goodness, it's nice to be able to talk to you again without acting all the time.
Yes, but...
Scotch, Mrs. Vernie?
Scotch, Mr. Sampson. But Edward was quite right. Unless we had acted everything from start to finish as though we were perfect strangers, I'd never have convinced Brian Culsworth.
Oh, never. Here you are.
Thanks. Do you know, I really lived that part. I almost felt that what I told him was true. Well, it was, of course. I mean, literally. It needed something like that to make it seem genuine to him. He's not a fool.
Oh, you're absolutely right.
It's amazing what we've done from that one piece of information we've learned about Culsworth.
I'll say cheers.
Cheers. We've taught him that he mustn't break the rules. We've made £100,000. And we've taught the newspapers that you can't call an incident blackmail or murder or whatever you think it is until someone's been convicted of it.
Well, you can, but I agree we've shown it can be expensive if you do. Very expensive.
In Unlawful Occasions, adapted by Henry Cecil from his new novel, the part of Richard Samson was played by Alan Bedell and Margaret Vernie by Catherine Dolan. Brian Culsworth, QC, was played by Patrick Barr, Jane Culsworth by Marjorie Mars, and Digby, his clerk, by Will Layton. Mr. Clipper was played by James Thomason, Miss Pink, his secretary, by Sean Davis, and Inspector Cardew by John Baddeley. Mr. Leslie Baker was played by Leslie Perrins, Mr. Justice Reddish by Rolf Lefevre, and Mr. Panther by George Curzon. Mr. Ferndown was played by George Merritt, the editor, Arthur Gomez, Mr. Dorset, Charles Simon, Mr. Felsham, Anthony Vickers, Mr. Hopkins, Jonathan Scott, Mr. Brinley, Earl Grey, and the hotel receptionist by Elizabeth Morgan.
We present James Kenny, William Edel, and Carlton Hobbs in Counsel for the Defense, a new play for radio dramatized by Felix Felton from the novel by Geoffrey Ashford. The action begins in a country town not far from London, where on the corner of the High Street is the main branch of a bank. Inside this afternoon are a nearby greengrocer, 2 ladies, and an elderly man.
£5, please. In one. Yes, please.
The way they keep you waiting. It's that old man who had the bag. Come for some firm's wages or something.
Why don't they keep one cashier for the private customers?
Oh, don't fret, Marion. We're next.
£14,400 in notes and £25 4 shillings in silver. There you are, Mr. Brain.
Thank you, Mr. Conan.
It's a bit heavy, I'm afraid.
Oh, I can manage.
Oh, here, hang on, Mr. Brain. You haven't locked it.
Oh, dear me, I must be dreaming.
See that, Marion? He didn't even lock it. Why don't they use younger men?
Why don't they send the money anyway?
The car's waiting for you outside, I hope, Mr. Brain.
Just around the corner. They can't park in the High Street.
And you got the chain on all right?
Yes, thank you. See you next week, Mr. Conan.
It's good afternoon. Now, ladies.
£5, please.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Marion, that old man. I don't think he's well. He's stopped at the door.
Come on, Edith. Let's see he gets to his car.
Yes, of course.
Help! Help! We're being robbed! Help!
Marion, look! Someone's trying to snatch that poor old man's money!
Oh, thank heavens. Here's a police car right on the spot for once. Let's go over.
No, there may be shooting.
Don't be silly. There's one of the police from the car. Oh, my word, he was quick. He's got the thief already. Come on.
All right, you. We saw the whole thing. Put him in the car, boys. Come on. With us. You all right, sir?
Yes, thank you, officer. The bag was on a chain. Oh, thank heavens you were there.
I'm afraid we'll have to ask you to come along with us just for a few minutes or so. Then we'll drive you wherever you were going.
Oh, thank you.
Perhaps you'd get in the back, sir?
Yeah.
Greasley here.
Inspector, a police car's been found abandoned.
A police car? Abandoned?
Yes, sir. In Lover's Woods, south of the river.
Where are the men?
I don't know, sir. There's an old man in the car, unconscious, badly beaten up, and 3 police uniforms.
Lay me on a car at once. I'd better get down there.
Yes, sir.
What's the verdict, Doc?
Oh, hello, Inspector. Alive, but only just. Head injury severe and obviously the result of a severe coshing. Whether he survives or not's in the hands of the gods.
Do we know who he is?
Well, there's not much doubt he's William Brain.
Married?
I think so.
Better warn the wife. Prepare for the worst.
Okay.
How things going, Sergeant?
No fingerprints inside, Inspector. I'll give the car a more thorough going over when I get it back.
Anything besides the uniforms?
A dirty handkerchief and a rough cloth glove.
Get them all down to the lab. We'll see if they can make anything of them. And Garrett, you look after the car. I'd better get back and report to the superintendent.
Come in, Bill.
You've heard about it, sir?
Yes, and I've got news for you. They found our 3 men.
Oh, where?
Down at the old laundry, the one that was burnt out. There was a phony call saying 2 men had been seen there fighting with knives. Our boys went and were beaten up. They were found in their underclothes, bound, gagged, coshed, and covered with blood.
How are they?
Pretty bad, ticket especially. Bill, this is a mess.
You can say that again.
It was a clever bit of planning, which doesn't help us any. One of them appeared to try to commit the robbery. Then the other 3, dressed as policemen, turned up to catch the thief red-handed. People watching thought the whole thing was under control and didn't report anything to anyone. It beats me.
Yes.
Why was the driver of the firm's car parked round the corner instead of where he ought to have been?
It's no parking in front of the bank.
Whoever heard of a motorist taking any notice of a little thing like that? Press have got the story, I suppose.
You bet they have.
We come out of it as real Charlies, don't we? We fall for a false alarm, 3 of our men are knocked out, and then to crown it all, their uniforms are used to carry out our robbery of 15,000 quid. Bill, we've got to turn the heat on.
The police must have pretty red faces down in somewhere or other.
Oh? Why?
Well, some thugs knocked out 3 of them, borrowed the uniforms, and cleaned up 15,000 from a bank.
Oh, read it, Daddy.
No, Jane, there's no time. You must get off to school. It's 20 past.
I expect there's another bus strike on.
There wasn't 5 minutes ago when I went outside for the milk.
Oh, all right, then.
I wish she didn't hate that school so.
I wish we could afford to send her to a better one. Still, if you will marry an impoverished young barrister who has to sit around in chambers all day waiting for someone to employ him...
Oh, don't be silly.
Now, I get so tired of sitting there, thanking old Doyle for cups of tea and watching the others do their crosswords.
Do stop worrying. You see, very soon you'll have so much work you wish you'd been left alone.
I hope you're right.
Tell me about this robbery, David.
It's the usual thing. Wage snatch. But the police take a pretty poor view when their own people are beaten up. They may look a slow lot, but believe me, when they're really onto something, they grind exceeding small.
Well, Bill, how's it going?
I think we're beginning to get somewhere, sir.
About time, too. Did you see the leader in the local paper?
I certainly did.
What's come up, then?
The forensic science people have been through about that handkerchief. There's a laundry mark, and the laundry say it was sent by someone of the name of Younger in Risdon Crescent. Garrett's gone round there now.
Yes, sir. Tell Sergeant Garrett to come straight in here when he gets back, will you?
Yes, sir.
Anything else?
Yes. That lump of mud that was found in the car. We've had the lab breakdown on that. Horse dung, chicken dung, peat moss, and 40-cent clay.
Well?
Old John says there's a belt of this particular clay south of the river, and the peat moss and the dung are what keen gardeners give it to lighten it.
Well, it's a line. What gets my goat is that Ticket and Co. can't help us more.
Well, they only saw the men who attacked them for a moment before they were coshed. And they were wearing nylon stockings over their faces.
They don't seem to have put up much of a fight.
Well, they didn't have a chance. They were not groggy before they knew what was what.
They ought to have had their wits about them from the beginning.
It's easy to say that now, sir.
You're not suggesting, Bill, that I compliment them and give them a signed certificate, are you?
No, sir.
Come in.
Instructions to come straight up, sir.
Shut the door, Garrett, and tell me what you found out.
I saw the wife, sir, Mrs. Younger. The husband was out on duty. He's a bus driver. I showed her the handkerchief. She says it's her husband's, but she knows he was on his bus that afternoon. I have to check that with the bus station.
Why was the handkerchief out of his possession, then?
Well, she thinks one of the lodgers may have taken it.
Lodgers?
Yes, she always has 2 or 3, and she says she doesn't check the handkerchiefs properly, or she'd have missed it before. So I asked her if she ever suspected any of the lodgers of stealing things. She hummed and hawed a bit, and then said that there was one she'd had her eye on, though she'd never caught him up to anything. He's not there anymore, and she couldn't remember his name till we looked at her guest book. It was Clover. George Clover. I've got the whole list here.
Have them check in records. This chap Clover and all the other. Here. Wait a minute. George Clover. That rings a bell. A man of that name went down not so long ago for armed robbery. I remember the case well. Knocked a tradesman over the head who was taking the week's cash to the bank. He ought to have landed 5 years, but the judge went soft in the head and only gave him 18 months. Clover. It's a bit of a long shot, but something tells me it's not too long.
I'll get onto records at once, sir.
Get the file photograph, find out where he is and what he's doing.
I think we're getting warm, sir.
Oh?
Clover works for old Pointer, the market gardener on the south side of the river. I've been down there. He confirms that his soil is that particular clay and that he feeds it with dung and peat moss. And also that Clover took the day off on the 17th.
Ah, now we're getting somewhere.
We've got further than that, sir. Wright had a hunch that someone might have been down by the river when they dumped the police car with Brain inside it. He's been talking to everybody who takes regular walks.
Any luck?
Not till today. But now he's found an elderly lady, Miss Weston, exercising her dog. She remembers seeing 2 cars there, a black one and a red one. She saw 3 men walk from the black one to the red one and drive off.
Which way did the red car go?
Towards Woodhorn.
Did she get the number?
No.
Ah.
But she's absolutely certain it was a Radley, the first model after the introduction of the overhead valve engine.
How the devil did she know that?
Her father was mad about cars and brought her up to be.
Well, thank God for fathers.
Yes, sir. It's beginning to look all right, isn't it, sir?
Not bad. What about the others?
Clover's got 2 cronies called Enton and Green. Can't get a line on a 4th man, though. Given a bit more spade work, I think we'll haul in the 3.
Hello, right. Just been hearing about your towpath lady.
We've had another break, sir.
Such as what?
You know we've had to go at the car hire firms. There's one in Jordan Street which let out a red Radley on the evening of the 16th, which was returned on the 18th. The manager identified Clover out of a dozen photos.
With no hesitation?
None whatsoever.
And the model?
Mark 8, sir. The first of the overhead valve jobs.
Well done, boys. That's it.
Mr. Casgo is here to see you, Mr. Adams.
No, thank you, Doyle.
Shall I show him in, sir?
Yes, I'm always pleased to see a solicitor. And try and take that pained look off your face.
I hope my expression is completely non-committal, sir.
On the contrary, it leaves little doubt of your opinion of Mr. Casgo.
The gentleman in question is, I will admit, sir, not the kind of gentleman I should choose to do business with if there were any choice in the matter.
The man's offering me a brief.
There are times, sir, when I fear that commercialism has spread even to the bar. Excuse me, sir. Mr. Adams will see you now, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Casgo.
Good morning. Do come in.
Oh, morning to you, Mr. Adams. Not a bad one either.
Have a chair. And what about some tea?
Oh, always ready for a cuppa. You could plant me in the middle of my own grave and I'll be ready for a cuppa.
Thank you, Doyle. Cigarette?
Oh, thanks. Don't mind if I do. We've all got to die sometime, that's what I say. Read the papers in this case, I suppose.
Yes, I have.
What's the verdict?
Well, the police evidence is pretty conclusive, even if it is largely circumstantial. We might have stood a chance before the 3 of them talked to the police, but now...
Just how I feel. When I saw Clover, I said, lad, why didn't you keep your large mouth shut? Don't you know that 90% of you boys talk yourself into prison? If he goes down, he can't blame anybody but himself. And I wouldn't be betting on anything this side of 10 years.
Nor would I.
I said to Clover, I said, look at the evidence you left lying around. While you were a baddie, why didn't you invite the boys in blue along to watch you?
Have the accused been able to help at all?
We didn't do it, they sing. I said to them, right, you didn't do it. Now give me some proof of that. Proof, Clover says? What kind of proof? Proof you didn't do it, I yell at him. I almost broke down and wept. Oh, blimey, it's hot in here. Do you mind if I take my coat off?
By all means.
Oh.
Both milk and sugar are present, sir.
Oh.
Sugar, Mr. Casco?
As much as you like. Can't be too sweet for me. You got to die sometime.
Anything more, sir?
No, thank you, Doyle.
No. What's wrong with him?
Oh, nothing. What were you saying?
Where was I? Oh, yes, I said to these beauties, look, boys, you're in a tight spot and no mistake. Now, put your heads together and tell me how we're to go about proving you didn't do it. Green looks at Enton. Enton looks at Clover. And Clover says, but ain't that your job?
Did he indeed?
He did, as true as I'm sitting here. Now, what do you do with men like that? Well, have you any bright ideas? I haven't. But then I never do. I'm not clever. My father said to me, Reg, me boy, you haven't enough brains to be really dishonest. You better become a solicitor. I always thought the world of it, Father, so I took his advice. Whenever I want something clever done, I come running to one of you chaps. And here I am.
Yes. I'm afraid they're for it if they don't produce a story that holds water.
I begged them with tears in my eyes to tell them the truth. The kind of truth that would help us, that is. Did they? Not them. Born stupid.
I'd better see them, I suppose.
See Clover. That's why I've come to you. He's a nice lad, really, when you get to know him. Come up and have a conference with him, and perhaps you'll get some ideas. Of course, you can talk to the other 2 if you want to, but you'll only end up by wanting to knock their heads together.
I'll fix it up with your clerk, shall I? I'll meet you at the station and take you to the prison.
Are you Mr. Adams?
I am.
My name is Junter, sir, Mr. Casco's chief clerk.
Oh, isn't he turning up?
He's suffering from a slight cold, and for fear it might turn to bronchial pneumonia, has retired to bed, sir.
Sorry to hear it.
Shall we proceed to the prison? The taxis are this way.
Good morning, Mr. Clover. I want to ask you some questions.
Got a fact?
Yes.
Match.
Now, Mr. Clover, to begin with, let's face up to one thing. Matters haven't been made any easier by the statements you, Enton, and Green have made to the police.
Well, the bogies made us talk.
Oh? How?
I kept asking questions. I don't go for questions. They make me mad.
Did they make any promises or threats?
Threaten me? Don't make me laugh.
Then why did you feel compelled to make any statement?
I just told you.
You'd have stood a much better chance if you'd remained silent.
I tell you, I couldn't. Questions all the time. I want to stuff them down their throats with my bare hands.
Yes. Well, you can't deny you obtained a car on the 16th from a firm in Jordan Street called Hire a Car, can you?
No.
Was it a red Radley?
Yeah.
Now, on the 17th, did you and Harry Enton, in fact, drive away from the house in which you were lodging at about 1 o'clock?
Yeah.
You told the police you dropped Enton when you reached the old bridge, and that you didn't see him again until you were on your way back from a pleasure drive. That you then met both Enton and Green, picked them up, and all three of you returned to your house where you were seen to embark at 16 minutes past 3.
Yeah.
Well, that sort of statement is going to play hell with the jury unless you fill it out. They want to know why you went on the drive, where you went, and how it happened that you met Enton and Green on your return, and so on.
Now, you tell me what's best.
I can only use the material you give me.
Lie off that. You tell me what's best to say.
Clover, any evidence brought out by me at the trial can only be evidence as given by you.
Stop giving me that stuff. You know why you've been hired? To get me off. I'm ready to pay for that.
Look, will you please listen?
Listen. You listen to me. Casco said your price was high. I told him that was square with me if you did what you was being paid for. Now do it.
I feel it's time to point out that I am not a sack of potatoes.
Yeah, get wise to yourself, go. You reckon we waste good bees and honey on a slump like you for nothing? Listen, Mug. Me, Tom, and Harry did a sweet job. 15,000 near as a spit. And what happens? The long-tailed snoopers get busy and say, where was you? What was you doing? Whose was that blood on your scalp? Where's the fourth man? Where's the 15,000? And would we be good boys and tell them so as they could put on the Palsy Act and try to see we don't spend too much time inside? Yeah, I told them nuts. I ain't allowed to hit us, so they just said I was going down for a long stay instead. So I told Casco I wanted one of you curly locks. Hello? Going somewhere in a hurry?
I don't suppose you've ever heard of the rules of conduct of the bar.
Rules of which?
Ridiculous to ask. You don't know any rules at all. Let me try to explain something. Counsel are called upon to do two things in a criminal trial: prosecute and defend. When we defend, we are either representing a guilty or an innocent man. If the prisoner states unequivocally that he is guilty, counsel cannot defend him on a plea of not guilty, which he knows to be false. The most he can do is to carry out a plea in mitigation of sentence.
Your belly's full of wind.
Small, I doubt if anything I can say will have much effect. You injured 4 men, 3 of whom were policemen.
I don't shed no tears for them.
If you wish to plead not guilty, you must get someone else to defend you.
You're my mouthpiece.
I have made the position clear.
Listen, I told Gasco I wanted you. For why? Because you're the tops. I got money, I'll pay for the best, like always.
I'm flattered, but hardly converted.
You got legs off.
Legs?
He was a Johnson.
Legs Johnson?
No, Mug. Legs lived on women. He thought he was going down for a deuce, but you got him off. Legs said you was the tops.
That was a fluke. The indictment had been drawn up wrongly. It never got to court.
It don't make no difference, Go-Go. You're the boy for me.
Goodbye, Clover. Well, things seem more natural out here, don't you think so, Mr. Junter?
Natural?
Didn't you get the impression that Clover was a small packet of evil?
No, I didn't.
I'm sorry things have turned out like this. You'll explain to Mr. Casco why I've had to drop the case, won't you?
Yes.
Tell him I hope his cold soon gets better.
I will.
Well, I'll get back to the station. If I've got the times right, I can catch a fast train in half an hour.
That's so. Goodbye.
Hello?
Hello, darling. Oh, what sort of a day did you have?
Lousy.
Train not comfortable?
Ever trouble in one that was?
Well, you've certainly come back in a prickly mood.
I'm sorry.
Apology accepted. Come in and sit down and tell me why you've come back like a bear with a sore head.
Well, the case went sour on me.
Oh, no.
Afraid so. I saw this man, Clover, and if ever I've seen a nastier piece of work, I've forgotten the occasion. He thought you bought counsel by the yard.
He seems to have left an impression on you.
What I can't understand is why didn't Casco tell me?
And what about the others? Were they as bad?
I didn't see them. Casco insisted it was only worth speaking to Clover.
Do you think they did do the robbery?
Oh, yes. Clover boasted how clever they were.
Frank, anyway.
You've missed the point. Since he told me he did it, I can't defend him on a plea of not guilty.
What's it matter what he told you in private? You're not going to pass it on.
Knowing he's guilty, I'm not allowed to defend him.
So what happens?
I've chucked the case.
I see. How much has that lost us?
The brief hasn't been delivered yet.
I'm glad to hear you've started to do so well that you can afford to throw away money.
It's the principle of the thing.
You can't eat principles.
Do try to understand, Gwen. I can't disregard a rule even if I wanted to. Besides, you haven't seen Clover. There's something filthy about him.
More filthy than that man you defended who was living off the earnings of half a dozen prostitutes?
Oh.
There's Jane. Let her in, will you? I'll go and start supper.
Hello. How was school?
Horrible.
Oh, dear. Come in and tell me all about it. Oh, what was the trouble today?
Oh, same as usual. That awful food. And Miss Gould's got her corn again.
Oh.
Why isn't the radio on?
Because we didn't want it.
Oh, Daddy, you are funny.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, Doyle?
You haven't seen Mr. Farmer, have you, sir?
No, he hasn't been in chambers all morning.
Hello? It's Mrs. Adams, sir.
Thank you. Hello?
David, is that you?
Gwen, what's the matter?
Can you hear me, David? Something has happened to Jane.
What has?
I got a telephone call.
What telephone call?
I've just told you.
You haven't?
Can't you ever stop arguing?
Gwen, what has happened?
There was a telephone call. A man told me to get in touch with Jane's school to see how she was getting on. And that when I'd done it, I was to contact you and say you weren't to talk to anyone.
Have you spoken to the school?
She never arrived there this morning. They thought she must be ill.
Why didn't they check with you immediately?
I don't know. David, I'm frightened.
I'm coming back at once.
David?
Anything more?
Nothing.
Well, sit down. Here, smoke this. What was the telephone message?
I told you.
Man or woman?
Man.
What kind of a voice? Educated, uneducated, pleasant, unpleasant?
He sounded a swine. Oh, what can have happened? David, who can it be?
Did he say he was going to ring again?
No. What are you going to do?
I don't know. How can I until I hear more?
You always want to wait. This is one time you've got to act right away.
What can we do until we know the facts? Talk sense. Hello?
Is that David Adams?
Yes?
Kept the news to yourself.
So far.
Glad to hear you're not moonblind.
Who are you?
Come off it, go-go. I ain't answering that. I was born shy.
What's he saying?
Be quiet. I must listen to him.
Hey,
Charlie. Gone for a walk round the block?
I'm here.
I've got your daughter. Nice kid, isn't she? Bit young, maybe, for a piece of joy, but some people prefer them that way. Me? I'm not particular. You've got that, haven't you?
Yes.
Now listen, Go-Go, here's the pitch. You get the boys free and your little girl comes back to you sweet as a daisy. You don't get the boys off and she won't never be the same.
Now, listen to me.
And another thing. Her trial's due in a few days. See it don't get put off or the little girl will get her first lesson.
I can't control the day of the trial.
Don't you love your little daughter?
I tell you it...
Mister, you get 'em off, that's all.
What is it?
The Clover case. He must be the fourth man. He's kidnapped Jane to force me to get the others off.
But you said nothing could save them.
Yes,
Then how can you get them off?
I can't.
Then, if it's impossible, how can they expect you to?
No one's taught them to be logical.
What's going to happen to Jane if they're found guilty?
Have you any imagination? Use it.
She's such a kid.
She's not kid enough.
You've got to get in touch with the police.
If the man thinks a police search has started, he's going to fix Jane. Besides, the police will want the trial postponed, and the man said that if it is, Jane will get her first working over. The police won't find her quickly enough to stop it.
You mean there's nothing we can do?
That's it.
You can't just sit there and calmly admit Jane's going to be...
I'm not calm.
Then do something.
What?
Oh, Dave, isn't there a chance you could get the men off?
No jury on earth could be stupid enough not to convict.
David, what are we going to do?
I'll see Clover.
Well, well, well. If it isn't the Curly Locks again. All the way from London.
Clover, I had to see you to try and explain that...
Let's have some smokes. Jump on a packet. A generous sort. I like you, Go-Go.
Will you please listen?
You and me, could become drinking pals. You'd welcome that, wouldn't you?
Oh, please stop.
When I first saw you in this room, I said to myself, Georgie, he might be a bit toshy, but, I get to know him. He'll turn out nothing but friendly. You're the kind of person I like.
Clover, I want...
Tell you something, Daddy-o. People what don't know me and what I don't know what calls me Clover. Puffballs in blue calls me Clover. But you ain't the police. You're a friend come here today, ready and willing to be all friendly. You call me Georgie, same as all my other friends do.
I find Clover more natural.
I said call me Georgie. Tell me you got a little girl who's going to grow up into a nice hugging wedge. She'd be happier if you and me was pals, wouldn't she?
Yes, George.
Sounds better, doesn't it? Now, you tell me your friendly name.
David.
You know something, David? You and me wasn't as friendly as we might have been last time, was we, eh? Wasn't going to defend me and the others, was you? I guess you've come down today to apologize to me and say there ain't nothing you'd rather do than help me and the others. How's that for a guess?
Quite good.
Daddy, that really ain't the way to apologize for all them things you said about me. Now, how about doing it proper?
I'm sorry if I said anything to upset you.
And now you're going to do everything you can to help me and the others?
Yes.
You made me happy, Go-Go. I'll sleep better tonight. I'll be worrying myself inside, wondering what I'd done to annoy you. So long, then.
Don't go yet. I want to talk to you about Jane.
Jane?
My daughter.
Oh, no, I didn't know you had a daughter. I bet she's just my couple when she's all tidied up. I like some soft and with plenty to cuddle. What's she got to cuddle, David?
Shut up.
Oh, what have I said to make you angry? You and me's friends. I don't do nothing to my friends but try and make them happy.
Please, try and see reason. Look, I'm defending you, but that doesn't mean I can work miracles. I can't do better for you than my best. Using Jane as a hostage will only hinder me.
Seems to me at first you wasn't going to look after me and the boys.
Oh, yes, but that was because...
And now you're going to do all you can?
Yes.
Seems to me your little girl's made quite a difference already.
You've got what you wanted. I'm defending you, although I shouldn't. But I can't alter the evidence. I can't force the jury to vote as I want them. All I can do is try and influence them. And knowing what may be happening to Jane means I can't give of my best. I'm worrying myself sick. So let her go. I swear I'll do everything I can for you in court.
Of course you will. You and me's friends. Friends help each other.
Well, you see she's let go?
Me? I don't know what you're talking about.
I can't change the evidence. I can't change the evidence.
Just you defend us and get us off. Because then we can stay friends like we are now. Miss Senior, I'll tell the boys how nice and friendly you've been and now you'll be working on our side. So long, Daddy-o.
Well?
Hopeless. He wouldn't listen to a thing I said.
Oh. Suppose I go and see him, David.
You, I wouldn't let you near him.
Why not?
He's filth.
What does it matter what he is? It's Jane.
He was laughing at me all the time. He was enjoying every moment because he had me crawling to him.
I'd crawl around until I was dizzy if I thought it would help Jane. What makes you think you're more important than your own daughter?
You've got it all wrong.
I've got nothing wrong. Oh, David, I'm sorry. I just can't help it. Just leave me alone. Just leave me alone.
I drove away in a red Radley from the house where I was lodging. And Enton was with me, but I had dropped him by the old bridge and went on for a ride. When I came back, I saw Enton and Tom Green.
Hudson is on the telephone, sir.
What's worrying him?
He wants the papers in the Murdoch case, sir.
They aren't ready yet.
You've had them several days, sir, and when they first came, they were marked urgent.
I haven't had the time.
You haven't been all that busy, sir.
Tell them the work isn't done, and they'll be lucky if they get it this side of next year.
You'd better do the papers now, sir.
Look, I've had enough to do with this robbery case.
I'm even more surprised you can find any work to do in that case, sir, than that you decided to handle it after all.
What I do is my own business.
Sometimes, sir, the good of the chambers is of some importance.
I did have a case with me, but it was empty. And I can't remember why I had it with me. With regard to the blood on my head, I cut myself with my own razor while I was shaving. Oh.
David, can't you stop? It's long after 12.
You go to sleep.
My mind won't let me.
Did you take those sleeping pills?
If I can't sleep without those things, I'd rather stay awake.
Oh, that's stupid.
No more stupid than going over and over those notes.
The case is tomorrow. Today, in fact. I've still got time to find some hint of false evidence.
David, what do you think now?
The same as before.
Will you have to call the prisoners?
I might be able to persuade the jury that there's no case to answer.
Then the stories they told the police won't come out.
Of course they will. The police will give them.
But then, how can you hope to win?
I can only hope to show they were so upset by the police that they didn't know what they were saying.
Why should they have been if they weren't guilty?
I don't need you to underline the difficulties.
How do you think they're treating her? I feel so hopeless it makes me choke. Oh, God.
I cut myself with my own razor when I was shaving, so somehow some of the blood must have got up there. I didn't go to work because it was such a fine day.
Yes, Mr. Pry?
Members of the jury, the case you have to try today is one that has, as you know, had a great deal of publicity.
Before anything else, you must forget all that you have heard about it, all that you have read about it, and judge solely by what you hear in this court. Members of the jury, the Crown says that the men in the dock, together with one or more persons unknown, committed a robbery accompanied by a high degree of violence on the 17th of last month. At about 2 o'clock on that afternoon, Mr. William Brain, who acts as general messenger for a large engineering firm, went to the bank to collect the money for the weekly wages of the staff.
Hello, Adams. Oh, hello, Scott. How long is this lot going to take? 2 days, perhaps. As much as that? Well, it won't be less. You've got a job and a half if you hope to do any good for this bunch of thugs. Yes. I take it they've got previous records. Quite good ones. And old Leeming will send them down for a real stinger. The last time he was on circuit here, he dished out 10-year sentences as if they were so many months. Are you certain my case won't be heard till Tuesday? Yeah, positive. Thanks.
This lady was walking with her dog along the river bank. On the outskirts of a small wood, known as Lover's Wood, she saw 2 cars, one of which she will identify as a red Radley. More than that, members of the jury, she will identify it as the Mark 8 model, the first to be fitted with an overhead valve engine. She saw 3 men walk towards the Radley and drive away in the direction of Woodhorn. Members of the jury, I will now call the evidence for the prosecution. Mr. Conan, please.
Mr. Conan, Mr. Conan, Mr. Conan.
Mr. Conan, are you a cashier at the bank on the corner of High Street and Queen Street?
I am.
Do you know Mr. William Brain?
Yes.
Did you see him on the 17th of last month?
Yes, he came to the bank and drew a large sum of money, as he does each Thursday.
Do you remember how much he drew on that occasion?
14,425 pounds, 4 shillings.
What happened?
He gave me the cheque, I packed the money into his case, like I always did, and then I gave it back to him.
What happened then?
He clipped the chain to himself and left.
Thank you, Mr. Conan.
No questions.
Mr. Brain.
Mr. Brain, Mr. Brain, Mr. Brain, Mr. Brain, Mr. Brain.
Mr. Pride, your witness doesn't seem to be here.
My lord, the witness was well aware of the date and time of the trial. I am at a loss to account for his absence.
I take a serious view of this.
Of course, my lord.
I think you'd better proceed with your case, Mr. Pride. And when the witness turns up, we will inquire into the reasons why he was unable to be here on time.
Very well, my lord.
Mr. Pride, sir. What is it this time, Mr. Pride?
My lord, the constable has informed me that he understands from the wife of the missing witness that her husband has disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes, my lord. It appears that he went out early yesterday evening and has not returned.
This is ridiculous. Will you take steps, Mr. Pride, to see that police inquiries are conducted with all possible speed?
Certainly, my lord.
Meanwhile, you had better continue with any of your witnesses that are available.
Yes, my lord. Dr. Mortimer.
Dr. Mortimer, Dr. Mortimer, Dr. Mortimer.
Dr. Mortimer, would you please describe Mr. Brain's condition when you were summoned to him?
He had severe cuts and bruising and was suffering from shock and concussion.
Were you able to form any ideas as to what sort of weapon might have caused such injuries?
I can say no more than a blunt instrument. Very probably some form of cosh.
Were the injuries extensive?
Not in area, but in their nature. By that, I mean it was clear that he had been hit over and over again.
Did this suggest anything to you?
The injuries were consistent with an attempt at killing.
How long was that patient in hospital?
He was discharged after 3 weeks.
Thank you, Doctor.
Doctor, you suggested that the intention of those who attacked Mr. Brain was to kill.
That is so.
And you estimate the weapon used to have been some form of cosh?
Quite.
Would you not think that if the attackers had really meant to kill, they would have used some other and more lethal weapon?
No, sir. A cosh is a very effective murder weapon when it is used scientifically.
That, of course, is a matter of opinion.
Yes, sir.
But having twice tried ineffectively to save the lives of other men battered by Koshes, I think my opinion rests on fairly substantial grounds.
That's all, thank you.
Miss Weston, what were you doing on the afternoon of the 17th?
I was walking Billy, my dog, along the river bank. I can't say we were making much progress because Billy was so interested in the rat hole.
While you were there, did you notice anything strange?
At one point in my walk, I looked towards Dine's Wood.
That is, I believe, popularly known as Lover's Wood.
The name on the Ordnance Survey map is Dine's Wood. I saw there 2 cars. 3 men walked from the black one towards the second car. I suppose they were halfway across when one of them turned back and threw a bundle of something into the back. Then he joined the others, and they all got into the second car and drove off in the direction of Woodhorn.
Can you tell us what make of car this second one was?
It was a red Radler, the first model to be brought out with the overhead valve engine.
That is, I believe, the Mark 8 model.
I don't know what number it's been given.
Miss Weston, for someone who had no reason to take particular notice of what was happening, you seem to have observed a great deal.
On the contrary, had I known I was watching something of importance, I'd have paid a great deal more attention.
Very well. I want now to deal with your description of the red car you saw. You say it was the first of the Radleys to be equipped with the overhead valve engine.
That is so.
You claim not only to be able to tell the make of a car at a distance, but also what model it was?
In this particular case, yes.
Oh, forgive my saying this, but it's rather an extraordinary claim for you to make.
I've been interested in cars from the day my father bought me one.
Would you claim to recognize on sight all cars on the roads today?
Oh, no, certainly not. Of course, that would be impossible.
But I gathered from what you said previously that you were claiming to be able to do the impossible.
The witness suggested nothing of the sort.
As your lordship pleases.
I will not have witnesses misquoted, either expressly or by implication.
Miss Weston, you have just admitted you cannot tell the model of every make of car.
I have.
Then how is it you were able to do so with this car?
I know the differences between certain of the radiator grills.
Very fortunate, isn't it? Could you have done the same with any other make of English car? Could you have said which model had which engine?
Almost certainly not.
What a fortunate coincidence that when it was important to be able to identify a car as closely as you claim to have been able to do, the car in question should be the one make you could identify.
Mr. Adams, the witness has testified on oath that she can tell the difference between certain of the models of this particular car. Unless you can prove to the contrary, you are not entitled to try to infer that she is not telling the truth.
My lord, I'm surely entitled to try to show that what the witness claims is most unlikely.
I have already explained to you, Mr. Adams, what you are and what you are not allowed to do.
My lord, I must insist that...
Counsel, do not insist in my court, Mr. Adams.
How far from the cars were you, Miss Weston?
I would estimate about 300 yards.
Is it not possible that at this distance one car grill looks very like another?
In this particular instance, I think not.
But it could happen.
I should imagine that much would depend on one's eyesight.
Is yours at all at fault?
I have never found it to be.
You will not allow that there is a possibility you have made a mistake?
I think not.
Thank you, Miss Weston.
Oh, that was quite enough for one day. Charming, these changing rooms, aren't they? They couldn't make them bleaker if they tried. You still reckon to get them off, David?
I suppose I shouldn't say so to prosecuting counsel, but I don't think I've got a hope, John.
The thing that shakes me is that you ever thought you would. Funny business about Brain disappearing, wasn't it?
Yes.
I had a word with the police just now. They're not surprised he decided to do a vanishing trick.
Oh? Why?
Oh, apparently they've been thinking for some time that Brain might have been in on the robbery.
Have they indeed?
Yes, they reckon he told Clover all the details of the money he would be drawing and also the best place to attack him.
Then why was he so badly knocked about?
Well, Clover probably decided he wanted all the money for himself and the others. Wasn't going to run the risk of having Brain talk under pressure. Well, see you Monday.
Well, what happened?
The case is only half over.
finished? Have we got to wait till tomorrow?
Monday. The court doesn't sit during the weekend.
Monday? But Jane...
They'll wait till the end of the trial. They only threaten to act if the trial were postponed, not if it's stretched out over a weekend. Let's have a drink.
David, are you going to get them off?
I don't know.
You've got to.
I know.
Did you try?
Of course.
Well, then why haven't you?
I just told you, the trial hasn't finished.
Is the prosecution case a strong one?
Fairly.
But not impossible?
No.
Will they keep their promise and let Jane go when you get them off?
Of course.
Oh, I've just sat here all day thinking about Jane.
It's best to concentrate on something else.
Fathers don't usually care about their children. You don't, do you?
I mind every bit as much as you do.
Is the prosecution case strong?
Stop asking me the same questions over and over again.
I'm sorry, darling. You are going to win, aren't you?
Yes. 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 Marmalade, darling?
No, thank you. There's a long report of the trial in the morning paper.
Naturally.
You lied to me.
What do you mean?
You didn't do any good at all. I've been reading your cross-examinations.
Oh, I was never much good at that.
Good. That's a fine word to use. Your daughter's life depends on you, and you're still a failure.
I tried, Gwen.
He doesn't read like it.
You can't go by newspaper reports.
The only thing you've ever been any good at is making excuses. Did you fight at all?
I did my best.
Did you? Read the bit where it says how the judge told you to shut up and you took it like a lamb.
What else could I do?
Is he more important than your daughter? Is he? Oh, what have I married?
I'm going out.
David. No, David, don't. I didn't mean it. I don't know what I'm saying. Oh, David, come back. Don't leave me alone.
Good morning.
Mrs. Brain?
Yes?
I'm looking for your husband.
I don't know where he is.
I thought you might be able to help me find him.
I haven't seen him.
Haven't you any idea where he's gone?
He went out the night before last and never come back.
Well, hasn't he been in touch with you at all?
Not a word.
Haven't the police found out anything?
You're not the police?
No.
Who are you?
Counsel for the defense.
Oh, you'd best come in. You're against the police?
I suppose you could put it that way.
You swear you aren't lying to me?
Don't you recognize me? You must have seen me when you came into court.
I didn't see no one. You swear you're working for the prisoners?
I swear I am.
Oh, I'm near off my head with worry. I don't know what to do, where to go. Bill's been a different man just recently. Never seen one. No one so nervous. Shout and swear at me. That's something he's never done before.
This is since he got hurt.
Yes, but he was so terrible afraid as well.
And he wouldn't say what was wrong?
No, I tried to get him to tell me, but he wouldn't. And then this Thursday night, he couldn't stand it no more. Terrible danger he was in, he said, and he got to hide. Whatever happened, he wasn't turning up in that court. He was going to stay with Dora. That's my daughter. And on my life, I wasn't to let on to anyone.
Where does your daughter live?
Pan Road.
At what town?
This one. It's the next road along.
But haven't the police checked there?
Oh, I told them my daughter lived in London. She did till the end of last year.
What's her name?
Ash. Mrs. Ash. Go and see him. Find out what the trouble is, and if there isn't anything I can do, he may listen to you.
I'll do what I can.
Oh, he's been bad again the last few days. I tried to get him to see the doctor. Oh, I wish he'd never...
Well, thank you for telling me what's happened.
Oh, I've been wanting to speak to someone, but everyone was against me. These neighbors do you down if they can.
What's the number of your daughter's house?
70. You can't miss it. Not with its blue windows and doors. Yes?
Your mother, Mrs. Brain, suggested I came here...
Why?
To see if I could have a word with your father.
With Dad? Who told you he was here?
She did. I may be able to help him.
You'd help most by getting him out of this house. Does Mum think I haven't enough to do? Who asked him? That's what I want to know.
I'm afraid he must still be ill after that beating up from the bank robbery.
Why ain't he in his own house, then?
You're probably helping him a lot by having him here. Do you think I could see him?
You do just that. Tell him from me I'll be glad if he'll say when he reckons to move.
Which room is he in?
First landing on the right.
Thank you.
If he tries to tell you he's hungry, tell him he's got to wait, same as the rest of us.
Why haven't you... Who are you?
Don't be afraid. I'm not the police. I've just seen your wife. She suggested I should come here and talk to you.
You are the police.
No, I'm not. I'm counsel for the defense in the bank case. I'm trying to get Clover and the others off. I've come to you because I want to hear the true story.
I don't know nothing.
I suppose you realize that by now the police think you were in on the robbery.
It ain't true.
Not that they can prove anything as yet. I tell you this, though. If Clover and Co. get sent down, and they're pretty near, they'll take everyone else they can with them, so if you can tell me anything to help get them off, I should. Believe me, it'll pay you.
I've got a headache that don't leave me any peace. It was all Clover's fault. He talked me into it. I didn't have anything to do with it. Honest, I didn't. £1,000, he said, just to give a little help. And all I had to do was take a light tap on the head just to show I wasn't in on anything. Well, £1,000's a lot of money.
How right you are.
Well, things were...
Here. Have some water.
Well, things worked out nice till we was inside the police car, and then Clover started hitting me with a cosh. I shouted at him not to hit so hard, but he laughed and went on hitting me like he was mad. And the swine meant to kill me.
He nearly succeeded.
Yeah. Well, the hospital did me proud, but the police worried me sick. I kept telling them I didn't know nothing, and then they dragged me along to the police court. And all the time I was giving evidence, Clover was looking at me. He'd have finished me off then if he could have done. And then they got messages through about what they'd do to me if I messed things up in front of the judge. So I scarpered. If no one knows where I am, they can't get nothing from me.
I see.
Why should Clover talk if he and the others are found guilty? It ain't fair. I ain't done nothing to give them away. Tell them it ain't fair.
Tell me, there were 4 men in the robbery, weren't there?
Yes.
Who was the 4th?
I don't know.
You must.
I've never seen the others, only Clover, until we was all in the car together. And then I didn't see much of them.
Don't you know his name? Wasn't he ever addressed by a Christian name or a nickname?
No. I don't know nothing after Clover started on me. The headache's getting worse. It's as if someone was squeezing it in a vice.
Have you seen a doctor?
Not since I was sent back from hospital.
And you must call in one now.
I ain't seen no one.
How long have you been getting these heads?
Oh, ever since my eyes went back on me.
How do you mean?
Keep seeing 2 of everything.
Mr. Brain, I'm going to tell your daughter that she ought to call someone in right away.
Yeah, I tell you, I ain't seen no one. I don't want people here, and that's it. Don't you send anybody here.
Well, what'd he say?
Mrs. Ash, your father's very ill.
So he keeps telling everyone.
You ought to call in a doctor right away. You can say Mr. Brain is your husband's father, or something like that, to stop his identity coming out.
What's Dad got to say about it?
Well, he doesn't want to see anyone.
That's good enough for me.
Mrs. Ash, I think the way you're... Oh, very well. I'm sorry to have troubled you. Perhaps one day You'll be ill yourself.
Here you are, sir. Yes, Clover. I'll be just outside.
Thank you. Clover. Sit down.
You ain't doing any good.
Agreed.
Your daughter won't be no good to look at if we get sent down.
I'm not forgetting.
Well, why don't you do something?
Such as?
I don't know. I ain't been paid to do the thinking.
Not even you, Clover, can run round facts.
You gotta do something. Listen, I've been inside enough times to make my record dirty. And old judge won't pat me on the back and tell me not to do it again.
Mr. Justice Leeming will be pleased to award you the maximum sentence he thinks will go unchallenged in a higher court.
Well, why ram it down my throat? Get out and earn your money and do something.
What do you suggest?
Oh.
Now, look here. Have you a memory?
Of course I have.
If I give you something to memorize, will you do it?
Why should I?
I thought you wanted to go free.
Get me off and I'll learn the old Bible by heart.
Right. Have you a friend outside who'll stick to his story if he's paid enough?
I'll give you a list of people who'd swear their own mother to the rope for a couple of hundred.
Will Enton and Green back you up?
I'll do what I tell them.
Very well. We have one chance.
What?
On Monday, you'll confess to armed robbery.
I ain't doing nothing with a sword. You're mad. I ain't confessing, do you hear me? Your daughter will get hers, I'm telling you. She'll get hers.
Not if you confess. Now, keep quiet and listen carefully. One slip from either of us in court tomorrow and the balloon goes up. This is what you're going to say.
I swear by Almighty God, the evidence I give the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Is your name George Michael Clover, and have you recently been living at 5A Chandos Street?
Yes, I have.
And are you employed by Mr. Pointer, who runs a market garden?
That's right.
Mr. Clover, I want to start my examination by taking you back in time to the period when you boarded with a Mr. and Mrs. Younger at 25 Risdon Crescent. Do you know how long precisely you boarded at 25 Risdon Crescent?
I ain't certain.
Was it a long time?
Shouldn't have said so.
Did you at any time while you were there obtain by any means whatsoever a handkerchief that was not yours?
No, I didn't.
How can you be so certain?
Oh, I never had handkerchiefs that weren't khaki. Buy 'em cheap from the surplus store.
So, if at any time you found yourself in possession of a white handkerchief, you would know that it was not yours.
That's right. Never had no white ones.
Suppose you found that you had a white one in your possession, what would you do with it?
Well, I'd try and find out who it belonged to and give it back.
Let's move on in time. I want now to deal with the days between and including the 16th and 18th of last month. Did you, on the 16th, hire a car from the firm Hire a Car, who have their offices in Jordan Street?
I did.
Will you tell the court, please, why you hired this car?
I wanted to go for a drive the next day.
Was there no other purpose?
No. Why should it be?
Let us now move on to the 17th. Did you go to work on that day?
No.
Why not?
Well, I hadn't had a day off in months, and the old Pointer don't never tell you to have a bit of time off, so if you want to break out, to take it.
You wanted a free day because you had been working so hard?
My lord, the prisoner did not say that.
I apologize. Mr. Clover, why did you want this day off?
Like I said, I've been working so hard I wanted a break, and I'd hired this car to go round for a drive.
At what time did you leave in the car on the 17th?
It must have been about 1 o'clock.
Were you alone?
Well, my pal Harry Enton was along with me. I took him a little way towards town and then dropped him. By the old bridge it was.
What happened after that?
I went for a drive.
Where?
In the country.
Did you go anywhere in particular?
Just wanted a drive. I didn't care where I went.
Have you any idea at what hour you returned?
Oh, sometime after 3. I drove back through town and I was passing a pub when I sees Tom and Harry. I stops to talk to them and I gets in the car and we all go back to my place for a beer or two.
Were any of you carrying a suitcase on your return to your lodgings?
I was. I bought it because I wanted something like it and I saw this one going cheap.
What happened after that?
Oh, we Had a beer or two, like I said. Don't ask me how many, because I don't remember.
You seem to have had a relatively quiet day.
They did.
Mr. Clover, when the police arrested you because they believed you were connected with the robbery, they searched you and found blood on your scalp. They asked you how it came there, and you said the blood was yours.
That's right.
You know, of course, that your own blood is Group A, and that the blood found was Group O. So that, in fact, it could not have come from you. If it was not yours, whose was it?
Honest, I don't know. That's straight. It's a real mystery to me. I thought I'd cut myself shaving.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Pry?
If someone bleeds in your presence and some of that blood adheres to you, would you not expect to know how, when, and why? Well, wouldn't you?
I told you, I don't know how it got there.
Can you produce an acquaintance of yours who will go into the witness box and testify that he or she had been injured in your presence and that some of his or her blood could have come in contact with you?
I'll keep telling you, I don't know how it got there.
Are you really asking the jury to believe that?
Well, it's true, isn't it?
I think perhaps we should move on. Tell the jury, please, as accurately as possible, how many times in an average year you hire a car for the purpose of a pleasure drive.
Not very often.
Would you claim it were as often as a dozen times?
No.
3 times? 2 times? Or is it the truth that this is the first occasion on which you have ever hired a car?
Yes.
So, this is the first time. Would you tell me why you decided to hire a car?
I wanted to go out and see the country.
Would you care to try and explain how it was? You had this sudden and unique desire to go forth and enjoy the pleasures of nature.
Because I wanted to.
You felt you had to get into the open and enjoy the sunshine.
What's so funny about that?
I thought you worked in the open, in a market garden.
I told you what happened.
You will control yourself.
When did you go along to hire a car and book this car?
I don't remember.
Would you dispute that it was on the 1st of last month?
If you say so.
When you booked this car on the 1st, how were you able to be so certain, in our extremely changeable climate, that it would be fine and sunny on the 17th?
I didn't say I was.
I thought you just agreed that the main reason for your drive was to get out into the countryside and enjoy the sunshine. What would have happened if it had been raining on the 17th? You have said that you left the house at about 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
That's right.
And you returned not long after 3.
Yeah.
You weren't away very long. Did you not enjoy your drive through the countryside as much as you'd hoped?
Why were you away for so short a period? Very well.
You enjoyed a car journey that took about 2 hours. Will you tell the jury where you went?
In the country.
Now, that, unfortunately, covers a large area. What I want to hear from you is whether you went north or south, east or west, whether you drove throughout the 2 hours or whether you stopped anywhere. And if so, when and for how long?
I ain't going to answer.
Why not?
I ain't going to do myself in.
Did you, in fact, go anywhere near the country?
I told you I did.
Then answer the question. Whereabouts did you go?
I ain't saying.
You will answer the question.
I can't send myself down.
What are you talking about?
It would seem, my lord, that the accused is refusing to answer the question because he believes he will criminate himself.
This is quite ridiculous, Mr. Adams. You must be aware that a prisoner giving evidence in his own trial has absolutely no privilege against criminating himself as to the accusation.
I know that, my lord, but does the prisoner?
You will answer the question learned counsel has put to you.
I went to Stanton.
And what were you doing there between 1:30 and 2:45, allowing that the journey from here to there takes half an hour?
I was trying to rob a bloke called McMenton.
Do you say you were trying to rob a man called McMenton who lives in the town of Stanton on Thursday the 17th of last month at some time between 1 and 3:16?
Yeah.
Please give the court the full details.
I ain't talking. You'll send me down for it.
By a fortunate turn of events insofar as you are concerned, Clover, whatever evidence you now give us to this attempted robbery, such evidence may not again be used in any court because I forced you to give such evidence and you did not volunteer it. Put more simply, if this second robbery proves to be fact, there is no one who can charge you with it on the evidence you now give.
You can't do me for it?
The law cannot accuse you on the evidence of your admission.
That's a bit of all right.
You will kindly refrain from any comment. Mr. Pride, we must endeavor to discover the validity or otherwise of this story.
Of course, my lord.
I think it would be more to the point, if perhaps a little exceptional, if Mr. Adams continued as though conducting a further examination in chief. That will give you, Mr. Pride, the opportunity to cross-examine.
Clover, will you tell the court in your own words what actually happened on the afternoon in question?
Oh, it was like this, see? I knew of an easy touch at Stanton. An old kilter would always has plenty of money around, and he didn't pay into the bank until Saturdays. I got a car to go up and do the job.
So when you originally hired the car, you were then contemplating a robbery?
Well, not the one that landed me here. I got a car C and left home at 1 o'clock, just like the old girl said. Harry Anton was with me at first, but I dropped him off at the old bridge and carries on because I was doing the job on my own, see? Well, I drives up to Stanton, cases a grocer's shop. When there ain't no one else inside, I goes in and starts to have a word with the old kilter, the older Scotsman, McMenton.
Have you any idea what time this was?
Oh, I don't know. The clock outside had done some talking, but I don't remember what it was all about.
You entered the grocer's shop. What then?
Oh, the place was empty except for the old man. So, come on, I says, let's have a look at the money, and takes a nice number of cushions out of my pocket. He starts to yell blue murder, so I taps him one and makes his head bleed. And he fights like he was straight out of the corner. I get scared, grabs a suitcase, what was near the till, stuffs some money from the till into my pocket and scarpers before the flatties get around to ask me what I'd like to eat for my dinner.
And what then?
Well, drives back quick, picks up Harry and Tom, like I told you. He all goes back to my room for drinks. When they'd gone, I had to look to see what I'd picked up.
And what had you succeeded in stealing?
£6 and a few old clothes. Not worth crossing the street for.
What did you do with the clothing?
Burned it, along with the suitcase.
Mr. Pride, I hope you will agree with me that the circumstances being what they are, we should endeavor to ascertain what proof, if any, exists of the accused story before we continue.
I do so agree, my lord.
The best course, in my opinion, is to ask the police to ascertain whether any complaint was made to them in Stanton on the day in question, and to interview Mr. McMenton.
Quite so, my lord.
If this latter gentleman offers the slightest corroboration of Clover's story, then we must request that he be brought here so that we may question him.
Yes, my lord.
That being so, I fear we must adjourn.
Let me give evidence. Quiet. I tell you, I'm the man he's talking about. Keep quiet there, Leo. I won't you listen. My name is McMenton. It's me you have seen. It's my grocery store.
Constable, what is this disturbance at the back of the court?
My lord, this man says his name is McMenton, and that he's the owner of the grocery store.
Ask him to come forward to the witness box, please. Can you help us, Mr. McMenton?
In a way, my lord.
Very well. Take the oath, please. After that, Mr. Adams will examine you.
I swear by Almighty God that the evidence I shall give to this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Mr. McMenton, did anything out of the ordinary happen to you last month?
It did indeed. I own a grocery business in Stanton. Didn't do too badly one way and another. I was in there one day...
Can you tell us, please, which day this was?
It was a Thursday, the 17th of last month.
Please continue.
Well, I was waiting around. It was a slack time of day, and in came a chap. I thought he was a customer. But he brought a cosh out and told me to hand over the money.
How did you react?
I yelled for help. He didn't take kindly to that and gave me a smack on the head. Things were all blurred after that. But when my head stops ringing, I find he's gone off with a suitcase of old clothes I'd got ready for the church mission fund and a few quid from the till.
Can you tell us at what time this incident took place?
Aye. I looked at my watch when it was all over and it said 2:20.
And how long before that would you estimate the robbery to have been?
Oh, say 5 minutes.
About 2:15.
Aye, that's the strength of it.
Thank you, Mr. McMenton.
When did you report the matter to the police?
I didn't, my lord.
Why not?
Well, it's like this. 3 years ago, I was robbed of £8, 10 shillings and sixpence. The beaks take 1 day, push it up to quarter sessions, 3 days in all. And all the time I had to hire someone to look after the shop. That cost me £5, and he helped himself to groceries as well. Something like 10 quid down I was for reporting the loss of 8. Never again, I says. Next time you keep your mouth shut unless they pinch you something over 1,000.
How does it happen you are here in court today?
I read about the case in the papers. Saw a photo of a bloke called Clover and wondered if it was the same boy.
Do you identify Clover as the man who attacked you?
I do, and I don't.
Kindly be more explicit.
I think it's him, but you know how a thing like this happens all over before you know it started, and you're not certain of anything. I reckon it was him all right, but I wouldn't like to swear to it.
How have you been able to leave your shop today?
Oh, the wife is looking after it.
Why couldn't she have done so after the first robbery?
She was away on holiday. Has to have her holiday, she does, or she gets all nervy.
When you read of the robbery which took place on the 17th and thought you might be able to identify Clover, why didn't you inform the police of what you knew?
It didn't seem to me to matter which job they nailed him on. All's one and the same, I said to myself. And if he's gone down for one job rather than the other, what's the difference?
Your conduct has been little short of scandalous. Will you cross-examine, please, Mr. Pride?
Do you know to what blood group you belong, Mr. McMenton?
Blood group? Oh, I can't tell you offhand, but it's down in my little book. If I get knocked over by a car or something, it seems to be much better if...
Answer the question.
Yes, my lord. I've got it here somewhere. I always carry it. You never know, do you? Here it is, in the front with my license number and all that. Yes, my blood is Group O.
Well, if it ain't old Daddy-O.
Hello, Clover.
What a there, Go-Go. So you worked today. Got all of us off, scot-free. I knew you could do it. Now, let's have that packet of fags. My throat's aching for one. Thanks, Go-Go. Me and the boys here's going to have a party. Coming along. Everything you want. Girls, champagne. People do me a good turn, and I does the same for them any time.
What about Jane?
Jane? Oh, who's Jane? I don't know no broad by that tap.
My daughter.
Oh, you got a little girl? Now, ain't that clever of you?
Clover, I got you off.
Sure you did that thing. They gave you ulcers doing it, didn't it? You'd rather see me go down the line for a lifer. I ain't forgetting what you said when I first asked you for help.
The rules.
They don't mean nothing to you. You ain't kept to the rules, have you?
No.
Oh, why start shouting about them?
When I saw you the first time, I...
You hated my guts. You was happy to tell me to take a walk across the sea with a chunk of iron around me middle. You've been paid to get me and the others off, so what are you yelling about?
You promised me Jane would come home safely if I managed to get you off.
Look at him, boys. Wouldn't take much to get him down on his hands and knees, praying to us. You're lucky I'm a kind bloke with a soft heart. If I wasn't, I'd see your little girl started a different kind of life to the one you was thinking she might. But I'm forgiving, ain't I? You'd agree with that, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Now, you go home, Go-Go, and soon you'll have her back. I say thank you like you was pleased and grateful to me.
Thank you very much.
I like to see someone who's humble enough to be proper grateful. So long, Go-Go.
Oh, excuse me, sir.
Yes?
The judge asked me to speak to you. He wonders if you'd be kind enough to go along and see him.
Now?
Yes, please.
Come in.
I believe you wanted to see me, Judge.
Yes. Williams, ask them to be kind enough to have the car ready in 5 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Adams, for a great number of years, I have been very proud of the fact that I was first a member of the English bar, then of the English bench. I have believed both the bench and the bar to be without parallel elsewhere in the world because of the sense of honor and devotion with which members of them carry out their duties. Today it has been my misfortune to discover that, contrary to all I have hitherto believed, not every member of the bar is so jealous of the reputation he and his profession enjoy.
I don't quite understand you, Judge.
From time immemorial, Mr. Adams, counsel have been in a position of trust in which, did they so wish, they could pervert the course of justice. A sense of honesty and faith has always in the past made it quite unnecessary to guard against any abuse of this position. Today you have shown me that we can no longer rely purely on a sense of honor.
Are you suggesting...
The 3 men who have just been tried were guilty of the offense with which they were charged and would normally by now have received heavy sentences of imprisonment. That they were not is because they were able to buy your advice.
That's not true.
The course of the conduct of your case was changed between Friday and today. The way in which the false evidence was given today clearly made certain that the prisoners would go free, yet would be unable to be charged with any other offense. Your advice was first class, Mr. Adams, but I shall make it my duty to see that no matter how much you were paid for it, you will think it dearly bought. You may go, Mr. Adams.
Well?
I got them off.
Oh.
Steady. They've promised to send Jane back safely.
When?
As soon as possible.
Oh, David. How did you do it?
By talking.
It was a miracle.
I'd hardly call it that.
They said you were a failure, David. How wrong can one be?
The judge called for me afterwards.
To congratulate you.
To tell me I was the first Judas at the bar.
Oh. Do you think they'll have fed Jane properly?
Have a drink?
Thank you. She has to watch her diet or she gets those spots.
All girls get spots at her age.
Shouldn't she be here now?
I don't know.
They are releasing her tonight, aren't they?
I hope so.
What do you mean? Why didn't you make certain?
Gwen, I've done everything I can, and I've just about had it. We've simply got to be patient. She'll come.
"9:30. She's not coming this evening.
We don't know where she's coming from. If they've kept her out of London, it'll take some time for her to get here.
You told me you thought they had her in London.
That's not what I said.
Yes, you did. Why are you denying it now? Do you know something you're hiding from me?
Nothing.
Have you been lying to me all this time?
No.
Do you swear you haven't?
Yes.
Oh, David, if I... Not Jane. She always knocks 3 times.
Come and see.
Hello? I'm hungry.
Oh, Jane.
What's in the fridge? Or is it still broken down?
Jane, did they treat you all right?
Oh, not bad. It was better than school, but there wasn't enough to eat. I tell you, I'm hungry.
A table for one, sir?
No, thanks. Where's the party?
What party, sir?
The private one, a man called Clover.
I doubt if the ladies and gentlemen will wish to be disturbed, sir.
They'll get over it. Treasley's the name. Detective Inspector Treasley. Now, come on, where are they? Oh, in there, eh? Good evening, Clover. Evening, Casco. Green. Enton. Oh, yes. Your post. Been inside twice. Well, now we know the fourth man on the bank job.
Well, what are you doing here?
Looking around.
Well, go look somewhere else. Here, Gasco, you're the mouthpiece. Put the skates under him.
Something wrong, Inspector?
Why?
Wonder what you were doing here. This is a private party.
Celebrating something?
Yeah, too true. We're celebrating the way we made fools of you splits.
Inspector, you can't be here on an official visit now, can you?
I wouldn't be certain exactly how to describe it.
I'm not sure you've even got the right to be here.
I shouldn't worry about that aspect of things.
Who asked you to push your oar in?
No one actually asked me.
Then sharp.
Not just yet.
Clear out.
No. As I've always said, when voices begin to rise, it's time to sit down and have a drink. Here, Inspector, come and have a glass of bubbly. It's good stuff. Best the place has to offer. Rosie, you don't mind moving, do you?
Oh, glad to get away.
There you are, Inspector.
Cheers. Wish I could afford such luxuries.
Yeah. If you was wised up, you could afford it. Take me. I'm smart. Just done a job worth 15,000. I got money to spend.
Of course.
Oh, you was real smart, didn't you? All of you when you nabbed us. You was dumb. Couldn't put us inside, could you?
Come, Inspector. Let's not disagree over old history. Drink up and have some more of the bubbles alive.
Thank you.
Now that we're all friendly again, tell us why you're here.
Well, my presence, as they would say in official circles, is not unconnected with the bank job.
Well, the one the boys were tried for.
The very one.
Looking for the money.
Not primarily.
Then what?
I'm still interested in the boys who did it.
Well, there isn't any use coming here, is it?
No.
These boys are in the clear. There isn't anybody can touch them.
Why not?
They've been tried, and a jury of honest men and women found them not guilty. I'm not a clever lawyer, but I do know a little about the law.
Obviously. From the way you got this lot off.
Inspector, you've got to leave the boys alone. Take them to court again, and what happens? Say you're the prosecuting bloke and you want to charge these boys with a bank job, right?
Right.
Right. I'm defending counsel. I rise to my feet like this. My lord, I say very respectfully and bow a little to show my feelings for the judge. My lord, I plead autrefois qui.
What's that mean?
Quit it already.
Rosie, shut up.
The boys, I say, have already been tried for this offence and found not guilty. And under our very fine system of law, no man may twice be put in peril for the same offence. The judge turns and addresses you. Mr. Inspector, he says, the plea is autrefois acquis. How do you say to that? Oh, dear, you say I
say that you allowed for everything but a desperate counsel, ready to gamble. I say that Adam spoke to Brain, and from what he saw, he was ready to gamble that Brain wouldn't live very long. Brain didn't. He died yesterday. And the post-mortem shows he suffered from an abscess of the brain due to an infected clot of blood, the result of the head injuries received during the bank robbery.
It doesn't matter. Autrefois acquis.
An acquittal on a charge of robbery with violence, Mr. Casco, is, if you continue to remember your law correctly, no answer to a subsequent indictment for murder, because the charge is based on a new fact. The death of the person who was injured. Come on, Clover.
That was Counsel for the Defense, dramatized by Felix Felton from the novel by Geoffrey Ashford. The cast was as follows: Clover, James Kenny; David Adams, William Edel; Mr. Justice Leeming, Carlton Hobbs, Gwen Adams, June Tobin, Mr. Casco, Norman Shelley, Miss Amelia Weston, Joan Hickson, Detective Inspector Dreasley, Hayden Jones, Mr. Pride, William Peacock, William Brain, Keith Williams, Mrs. Brain, Mary O'Farrell, Mr. McMenton, Douglas Storm, Mrs. Ash, Diana Olson, Jane Adams, Anna Bentinck. Other parts were played by members of the BBC Drama Repertory Company, and the play, which was recorded, was produced by Charles Lafoe.
Excuse me.
Yes, madam?
Well, do you think I could see somebody in charge?
Well, depends what the problem is.
It's my daughter. She didn't come home last night.
Oh, yes. How old is she?
Nearly 21.
Does she have a boyfriend?
Yes, and he's very concerned as well.
She isn't with him.
Oh, no.
I see. What's her name?
Julia.
Surname?
Marsden.
And when did you last see your daughter, Mrs. Marsden?
Well, I suppose it was the day before yesterday.
That'll be Wednesday.
Yes.
So she hasn't been home for 2 nights?
No. You see, she's a student nurse,
Yeah.
and this week she's on the early shift. She starts work at 7 o'clock, so I don't see her in the mornings.
So she was home on Wednesday night?
Yes.
And she didn't say anything that might suggest she wouldn't be coming home last night?
Oh, no, of course not.
Didn't have an argument, did you?
No.
Nor with Mr. Marsden?
My husband's dead.
You see, the problem is your daughter's of age. Unless she breaks the law, there's nothing we can do to bring her back. Not if she doesn't want to come.
But she hasn't left home. She hasn't taken any of her clothes. And we haven't had an argument. We get on well together. She's happy in her job. She's happy with her boyfriend.
Look, Mrs. Marsden, you see, even in a small town like this, lots of young people go missing. Most of them turn up again safe and sound. Believe me, there's nothing to worry about.
But Julia wouldn't run off. She doesn't have reason to.
Look, have you phoned the hospital?
What?
The hospital where Julia works. Have you phoned to see if she's turned up for work this morning?
Well, no.
Well, I think you should do that, don't you? I mean, she could be trying to phone you at this very moment with some sort of explanation. Here, you ring the hospital.
Did I tell you it's my birthday today?
No.
I'm 43.
Happy birthday.
Thanks.
Doing anything special tonight, then?
No. I might go down to the social club for a few beers. That'll be about it. If you want to come?
Oh, I wouldn't mind. How long you been in the force?
Nearly 20 years. 10 as detective sergeant. I'm still dreaming of making DI.
Why not?
I've been passed over too many times, that's why not. It would require an act of considerable merit on my part for my name ever to be taken seriously again at a promotion board.
Oh, I don't know. Been blokes waiting longer than you who've made it.
Yeah, but my face doesn't fit anymore. It certainly doesn't fit with people like Armstrong. No, what I want now is a job as an advisor with some security firm. You know, the sort of thing. Something at twice my present salary, plus expenses, and a firm's car.
Yeah, who doesn't?
Burgess. Yeah? What? Well, I don't want to see her. How old is she? Yeah, and how long's she been missing? 1 night. Does she know there's nothing we can do to bring her back? Yeah. Oh, all right, I'll have a word with her. Put her in one of the interview rooms with a cup of tea and a policewoman. OK, you better bring it in.
What's up?
A distraught mother who's mislaid her daughter. She's having a nervous breakdown all over the duty sergeant.
What are you going to do?
Have a word with her, reassure her. You know, the usual cobblers. Oh, there's a photograph. Perhaps you'd like to file it when the sergeant brings it in.
Well, seems she came prepared for the worst.
Well, they always do, don't they? Mrs. Marsden?
Yes.
I'm Detective Sergeant Burgess.
Oh?
I've just had a word with the duty sergeant, and, well, whereas I fully appreciate how you must be feeling, there's very little we can do at the moment.
Why not?
Well, I'm sure the sergeant has already explained most of the reasons to you.
Yes, but my daughter hasn't run away. She hasn't taken any of her things with her.
Have you checked thoroughly?
But of course I have.
I mean really thoroughly. It's not unknown for someone to leave home and not take their clothes with them. I mean, they're bulky things, difficult to get out of the house undetected if you want to leave quietly. The sort of thing you want to check on are articles like bank deposit, passbook, valuable jewellery, chequebook, things you wouldn't immediately notice were missing.
No, but look, Sergeant, I know you probably think I'm just being an hysterical mother, but I know Julia hasn't run away from home. We get on very well together. She's studying to be a nurse. It's a job she loves, and her final exams are in a few weeks' time. Now, she just wouldn't run away with that about to happen, whatever else was going on in her life.
I gather she hasn't gone into work today.
No. And I'm terrified something awful has happened to her.
Please, Mrs. Marsden.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
That's all right. Did your daughter go into work yesterday?
Yes. Her ward sister said she went off duty at 3 yesterday afternoon, just as usual.
Were you expecting her to come straight home?
No, she was to meet her boyfriend. I think they were going shopping and then on to the cinema. Only she wasn't there when they went to collect her.
Where were they supposed to meet?
Oh, I don't know. You'll have to ask him.
Okay. What's his name?
Raymond Taylor. I gave his address to the sergeant.
Right. Now, Mrs. Marsden, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll have a word with Mr. Taylor and see if he can shed any light on where your daughter might have gone. It's possible she may have confided in him. I'll also see our patrol cars are given her photograph. And if she's spotted, we'll ask her to get in touch with you. But I'm afraid after that it's her decision. You do understand that?
Yes. But I've got this terrible feeling that she's dead.
Now that's silly.
Is it? I don't think so. Aren't you still looking for that man?
Who?
Well, you know. That man, the murderer.
Oh, you mean the one they call Slippery Sam?
Yes.
You can forget about him.
Well, you never caught him.
I know. But we have every reason to believe the man responsible has left the area.
Well, how can you know?
Because I'm part of the team still working on the case. And let me tell you that via reports, interviews, forensic information, I know as much about that bloke as it's possible to know without actually meeting him. Believe me, Mrs. Marsden, he's gone.
But he's already killed 3 women.
The last one was 5 months ago. You've no need to worry about Slippery Sam.
Well, why do you call him that?
Well, that was the press. You know them, they like to put a handle on everything. And much to our embarrassment, we nearly grabbed him a couple of times. But he was lucky. He managed to slip away.
I see.
Now, don't worry about it, Mrs. Marsden. I'm sure Julia will turn up. All right?
Thank you.
I'll get a car to take you home. The policewoman can stay with you for a bit if you want. Okay?
Yes.
Oh, don't worry. We'll be in touch soon.
How did it go?
I can't stand women crying.
Were you able to reassure her?
Oh, I doubt it. I think she's convinced Slippery Sam's got hold of her. Hello? Carpool. This is Sergeant Burgess. Can you arrange for a vehicle to take a Mrs. Marsden home? Yeah. She's in interview room 2. OK. Try and be quick about it. She's in a bit of a state. Cheers.
This the daughter?
Yeah. Not a bad looker.
The sort Slippery Sam would like.
Don't you start.
Sorry. Do you want any action taken on this girl?
Why not? We haven't got much else to do.
Right. I'll get the photograph distributed then.
Yeah. Might as well have a word with the boyfriend too.
Shall I come along?
Well, if you fancy the exercise.
Hello. 5847. Oh, hello, Mum. Yes. Yes, I'm afraid we're still in bed. Pardon? Are you all right? Are you sure? Yeah, what's the matter? Oh, come on, Mum, tell me. Please. All right. Let me talk to Malcolm. I'll ring you back in a few minutes. Are you on your own? Why not ask Mrs. Fletcher to come in and keep you company? I'll call back in a little while.
What was that about?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, what did she say?
Nothing very much. She was crying.
She's always bloody crying.
Oh, don't start, Malcolm, please.
It's true, though.
All right, I know it's true, but this time she sounded really unhappy. She wants me to go up there.
Oh, no. This happens nearly every bloody school holiday.
You don't have to come.
Well, I know, but it would be nice to spend the remainder of half-term with you.
I'm sorry.
I suppose the reason for the tears was your bloody father again.
Isn't it always?
Why does he always have to go off on the razzle during school holidays?
Why don't you ask him?
Perhaps I might. But she really sounded unhappy.
Yes.
Oh, I suppose you'd better go.
I think I should. I'll ring the station and see what time the trains are.
Well, don't you want me to come with you?
Of course I do. You know I don't cope very well with her on my own. But you don't have to come if you don't want to.
Yeah, well, we'll take the car. I think it should be able to wheeze its way up there one more time.
I never liked this new estate much.
Why not?
I don't know. There's something missing. Seems sort of bare. Not quite finished.
How do you mean?
I don't know. Perhaps just because there aren't any trees.
My wife spent nearly 2 years trying to persuade me to buy a house up here.
I reckon you were wise not to.
I sometimes wonder. She'd no sooner stopped pestering me about the house than she up and left. Good morning, sir. Raymond Taylor?
Yes?
I'm Detective Sergeant Burgess. This is Detective Constable Bailey. We did phone, sir.
Ah, yes, of course. Come in. Sorry about the mess. If you throw that stuff on the floor, you can sit down there.
Well, I don't know whether you've spoken to Mrs. Marsden this morning, but I've already explained to her that there's very little we can do about her daughter's disappearance.
Yes, she told me.
The only reason I'm here now is to try and get a better picture of what might have happened. I gather you were planning to meet Julia yesterday afternoon.
That's right.
And what time was that?
It was supposed to be about 3:30, but I had trouble with my car. I couldn't get it started.
So what time did you turn up?
Not until about 4:10.
Where were you planning to meet?
I was collecting her from the hospital.
Were you surprised she hadn't waited?
Oh, very surprised. I mean, the car I've got is an old bagger. I'm always having trouble with it. Nowadays, I'm more often late than early.
Her mother said you were going shopping together.
Yes, that's right.
There's no chance she might have gone off by herself. You know, frightened the shops might close or something.
Oh, I doubt it. We're supposed to be going over to Birmingham.
Well, perhaps she just got fed up waiting.
She's not like that. She knows if I'm late, there's a good reason. We've been going out for 2 years now. She knows I never keep her hanging around on purpose.
When you found she'd gone, did you go into the hospital and see if she left a message?
Well, no. You see, I didn't actually go to the hospital itself.
Sir?
I haven't explained this very well. You know there's a new one-way system just been introduced around the hospital?
Yes.
Well, I've not really sorted it out yet. And if you miss the turn off to Birmingham, you have to go all the way around before you can turn off again.
So where did you arrange to meet her?
On the corner of Fitzgerald Road.
Which end?
At the junction with Chandos Road.
That's a fair old walk, innit?
I suppose it is. Well, it's just that it's easier for me.
What would Julia have been wearing?
Sorry?
What was she likely to be wearing yesterday afternoon? I mean, would she have changed, or would she have met you in her uniform?
Well, she usually changes if we're going out somewhere.
So she would have taken clothes into work with her?
I suppose so. Well, I've never really thought about it.
Oh. I suppose you've no idea where she is.
No. I'd tell her mother if I did.
And you didn't have an argument with her yesterday afternoon?
Well, of course I didn't. I didn't see her.
Not even when you got to Birmingham? You didn't leave her there, did you?
No.
OK. Don't look so worried.
You don't think I've done anything to her?
I doubt it. How did she get on with her mother?
Fine.
Argue much?
Well, Julia never mentioned it if she did.
And she's not said anything to you in the recent past that might suggest she wanted to leave home?
No.
Even if it was only to go off for a few days by herself?
She just isn't the sort of person who would do that. Not without saying something first. She's too considerate. And why should she want to leave home anyway?
Well, ask her when we find her. Until then, thanks very much for your help.
Well, what happens now?
We'll keep an eye open for her. Don't worry. We'll let you know as soon as we learn something.
Isn't there anything else you can do?
I'm afraid not, sir.
Do you want to stop for lunch?
I don't think so. I'd rather keep going. You know, it amazes me how that marriage manages to stagger on.
Well, this time I'm going to find out why it does. I mean, this must be the 4th time in a year this has happened. Mum can't go on like this. Neither can we.
I wonder why he stays.
What do you mean?
Well, if he can still pull the birds with the ease he seems to, why doesn't he shove off altogether?
I don't know.
I can't believe he even likes her very much now.
He always comes back.
Only because she's stupid enough to forgive him. I don't know why she doesn't kick him out of it. She could hardly be worse off than she is now.
Burgess. Oh, hello, Mrs. Marsden. Have you? Was there anything missing? I see. Hang on, I'll just make a note. Jeans, navy blue polo neck sweater, plimsolls, and what? A black duffel coat. Nothing else? None of her personal effects? I see. What about her uniform? Yeah. OK. Well, many thanks, Miss... Sure, don't worry. We'll be in touch as soon as we learn anything. OK. Yeah, thank you, Mrs. Marsden. Yeah. Goodbye. God, that woman does go on.
Well, you can't blame her.
That still doesn't make it any easier to put up with.
Is this what she might be wearing?
Yeah. Black duffel coat, navy blue pullover, jeans and plimsolls. That'll make her really conspicuous. Especially the jeans and plimsolls.
No personal effects missing.
No. So let's hope she hurries up back.
Well, if this is accurate, I think it unlikely Sam's got hold of her.
What is it?
Sighting of the said villain.
Where?
Madrid.
Where did that come from?
It was with the Interpol stuffer coming this morning.
He gets around, doesn't he? The last place was Geneva.
Do you think the super will let us check it out?
You must be joking. He wouldn't sanction a trip for you to put flowers on your mother's grave on your day off.
Yeah, could be right.
Come on, let's go and have something to eat. I'll treat you to lunch down at the Swan.
Oh, birthday lunch.
Why not? We can try their real ale. It's supposed to be quite good. Oh, bugger it. If it's the DI complaining about your spelling again, you'll be buying the lunch. Burgess. Yeah? Where? Walton Woods. Have you told the Heavy Brigade? What about Mr. Armstrong? Right. No, I'm going straight up there.
Now what?
Someone's found a body at Walton Woods.
It's cold. Why do these sort of things always happen just as you're about to go to lunch?
If this is Sam's handiwork, you'll be bloody glad you missed it. Sutton?
Yeah, he's good.
Is the doc here yet?
Yeah, he's up at the side.
What's he like?
As usual.
Well, that's something to look forward to.
The control van's been quick in getting here.
Then our Lord and Master is in residence. We need not fear anything, except his breath.
I don't think I've ever got that close to Armstrong.
You're very wise. His breath's so bad, you wish he had a simple case of halitosis.
Why does Armstrong cause you so much needle?
He just gets up my nose. Do you know, he once called me an incompetent snotbag.
He calls everybody that. It's part of his childish charm.
I know, but when he said it to me, he meant it.
You're too sensitive.
I'm not. It's not without reason he keeps blocking my promotion. He meant it all right. And it wasn't until he started doing that I realised how bloody ambitious I was.
Yeah, well, collar Sam, they'll probably make you chief superintendent.
Collar him and I'll expect to be made bloody king. Hello, Doc. You don't look too cheerful.
Neither will you be when you see the state the body's in.
That bad, eh?
That bad.
Have you finished with it?
Yes.
Do you mind if we have a look?
If you want.
You were right. It is bad. Is it a sudden killing?
Without considerably more work, I can't tell you anything for certain. But I think so. Head bashed in, badly mutilated face and chest. plus strangulation.
That's my boy. She been raped?
Yes.
How long's she been dead?
Difficult to tell at the moment. It's such a cold night, it's affected the decomposition. But I think between 24 or 36 hours.
Any ID?
Not yet.
Could it be her?
You saw the face. How can I possibly tell?
Have a good look. If it is her, we can get things moving much faster.
I realise that, but I can't help you. Who is she?
Julia Marsden. She went missing yesterday.
I can't say if it's the same person.
Okay, Doc. Thanks. Oh, one thing. Any of her clothing left?
Remains of a pair of jeans, blue pullover, not much else.
What about a black duffel coat?
Not that I've seen.
Okay.
Perhaps you'd care to tell Superintendent Armstrong that I finished.
Sure.
That the sooner he gets the body to the lab, the sooner he'll have my report.
I'll do that. And thanks for your help, Doc.
That's all right.
She was in a mess, wasn't she? They all are. Is this the first of Sam's work you've seen? Yeah. Let's hope it's the last.
Hello, Mum. Jenny. Oh, it's really nice to see you, love. I'm so glad you could come.
Hello, Maureen.
Hello, Malcolm. Oh, you don't know how pleased I am you could both come. Come in, come in. Come into the sitting room. Would you like some tea?
That would be nice.
Shall I make it?
No, you sit down.
I'd rather make it. It gives me something to do.
Well, all right, then. Do you know where everything is?
I should do. I've been here often enough.
Is he all right?
Of course.
Well, he seemed a bit strange.
Oh, Malcolm's fine. You know what he's like. Don't worry about him. He's just a bit tired after the drive. Anyway, we're not here to discuss him.
I know. And I'm sorry the way I phoned up this morning.
Oh, it's all right, Mum. Don't you worry about it.
Felt so unhappy.
What's happened?
The usual.
Dad?
Yes. I haven't seen him since Thursday evening.
Do you know where he is?
I've no idea. That's what's so worrying. I usually know what he's up to.
How do you mean?
Well, you know what he's like when he meets someone he takes a fancy to. Starts taking extra trouble about the way he looks, always changing his underwear. Shaves twice a day, that sort of thing. It's usually followed by him staying out half the night, having to entertain clients, as he calls it. Then the inevitable trip that necessitates him having to go away for the weekend. I mean, it's pathetic to see him at work.
It sounds bloody insulting.
You're probably right. But anyway, this time there hasn't been anything. No hints, nothing. I've not got the faintest idea where he is.
Have you tried to phone him at work?
That's the first thing I did, but he isn't there. The person I spoke to said he was on leave.
And they didn't know where he'd gone?
No.
Have you spoken to the police?
What could I say? My husband's gone on holiday and hasn't bothered to tell me where. They just laughed.
It's possible he's had an accident. The police could at least check the hospitals for you.
Oh, don't say that, Jenny.
I think you should consider it.
Kettle's on.
Thank you.
Well, this time that bastard of a father of mine has gone off without saying anything.
That's nothing new.
But Mum's got absolutely no idea where he's gone. I think we should phone the police.
Why?
He might have had an accident.
Forget about it. He'll turn up when he's good and ready. He always does.
I don't think we should bother the police, Jenny. I'll phone the hospital in a little while.
Anyway, from the amount of police activity we saw as we drove into town, I doubt whether they give much consideration to looking for some overgrown schoolboy on the razzle.
Oh, shut up, Malcolm.
What do you mean?
It's nothing. It's just that we saw a lot of police cars in a field as we came off the motorway.
Oh, what were they doing?
I don't know. It was probably nothing important.
Well, it's nice to get a bit of warm. Any tea going?
You must be joking. This is Armstrong's control van. Vitriol's the only thing that's brewed here.
Where have you two been?
I told you. I beg your pardon, sir?
It took you bloody time getting here.
Oh, sorry. We were having a word with the doctor.
Has he finished?
Yes, he said you can move the body as soon as you like.
I wish that quack would report directly to me.
I'll tell him for future reference, sir.
Don't you bother, I'll tell him yourself. Anyway, what do you have to say?
Nothing much. Although he did reluctantly say he thought Sam was responsible.
Ah, so he's back.
And with a vengeance, it seems.
Yeah, only this time we're going to collar him, and before he needs to kill again.
It's possible we might have a slight edge on him this time.
Yeah? How come?
Well, this could be his victim.
What makes you think that?
Well, it's as much a feeling as anything. Well, this girl was reported missing this morning. She's a student nurse at the local hospital.
So?
Well, she doesn't fit in the usual pattern of girls that have absconded. She's got a fairly stable home, very much involved in her job, got a regular boyfriend, all that sort of thing.
Yeah.
In fact, on the surface of it, she's got no reason to leave home at all. Neither has she taken any personal possessions with her.
You've checked this out?
As far as I can.
Have you seen the body?
Yeah, but the face is too bashed about to identify her.
Yeah. All right. We'll mark her up as a possibility. Talk to the parents again.
There's only a mother.
Well, then talk to her. You, Bailey, find out who a doctor and dentist are and get on to the hospital where she worked. It's likely they'll at least know the colour of her blood, if nothing else.
Right, sir.
Burgess, go careful when you talk to the mother. We've had enough trouble with the bloody press without them accusing us of terrifying respectable old ladies into believing their daughters are dead. There's still every possibility she's alive and well and making her way straight towards Piccadilly Circus.
How is she?
She'll be all right. Although she's a bit exhausted. I don't think she slept at all last night. Do you want a hand?
I've nearly finished. There's no need to dry up. Just let the stuff drain.
I thought I might ring the doctor. At least he can give her something to help her sleep.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate that man. My bloody father. If only he knew the pain he caused.
I must admit I'm a bit surprised she still reacts like this. I mean, this must be the 4th time he's gone off for a dirty weekend in a year.
I know. But it's a bit different this time. There was none of the usual build-up. He's just upped and gone.
Don't you think he's left her?
Oh, I don't know. Mum's convinced herself he hasn't.
It amazes me how I can still pull the birds at his age.
He may be 52, but as you well know, he looks 10 years younger, and he could charm the knickers off a nun if he wanted. I'm going to phone the doctor.
All right, hey, when he gets here, I suggest you ask him for something for yourself.
Oh, I'm tired.
Yes? Mr. Armstrong gone?
About an hour ago. I think he said he was going back to the Nick.
Oh, I'm hungry.
I could do with something as well.
Think we're still wanted here?
Oh, I'm certainly not.
Perhaps we could slip out for a bit. Pubs are open.
That's not a bad idea. I'll have a word with the DI.
I reckon he heard you.
Burgess?
Yes, go.
Just have Mr. Armstrong on the phone. He wants you back at the Nick at once.
What's up?
We've just identified the victim.
Who is it?
Seems you're right. It's Julia Marsden. So get your ass back there quick and take Bailey with you.
You wanted to see me, sir?
Yes, come in. I suppose you've heard.
I have.
Here's a pathologist's report. Makes much the same reading as the other Sam murders.
Have you told the girl's mother yet?
Not yet. I've sent a car to fetch her.
When I spoke to Mrs. Marsden this morning, I asked her to check to see whether any of Julia's clothes were missing.
And?
Well, apart from jeans and a pullover, there was a black duffel coat. I wondered if it had been found.
Hang on. Hello. This is Armstrong. Did you find a black duffel coat this afternoon? Yeah. Can you check the list then?
I suppose it could be at the hospital.
Well, it isn't. This is the contents of a locker. Uniform, shoes, towel, a couple of magazines. Yeah? Ah, are you sure? So. No duffel coats.
Hardly something you'd miss.
You don't know the snot bags are up there this afternoon. Some of them wouldn't notice a steamroller parked in Westminster Abbey. Look, Burgess, I know we've not got on too well in the past, but I'm prepared to forget about that. You responded well when Julia Marsden was reported missing. He looks good in a report when it's seen we've taken action from the very beginning. Keeps the press happy. Helps remove some of the tarnish from our somewhat green image. Right?
Yes, sir.
I gather you've already had a word with a boyfriend.
I don't think we've anything to worry about there.
Good. Now look, I want you to lead one of the teams on this case. Select your own men if you want. But I want results. If Sam's on our patch this time, I want him. I don't want the press rechristening him Slippery Sam. Understood?
Yes.
But don't you let me down, Burgess. I'm putting my faith in you. You screw up on me and there'll be trouble. You work well and I'll make sure the right people hear about it. Because if we grab Sam, there'll be a lot of promotion handed out. You may well see Detective Inspector yet.
I'll look forward to it.
Good. And one more thing, don't forget I'm in charge of this case.
As if I would.
You're only leading your team. You get your nose stuck into something, you let me know. You try and rush off on your own, glory hunting. And I'll crush you. The glory's to be spread around on this case, not hogged. Understood?
Of course. Good. Then we'll get on fine. Right, you let me know who you want in your team and I'll okay it. Right? So, there's a briefing tomorrow morning at 9. Should you have any bright thoughts during the night, let me hear them then.
What are you looking at?
There's a police car pulled up along the road.
They're not coming here, are they?
No.
Oh, thank God for that. I don't think I could stand any more today. Where have they gone?
Over there. See where the whole light's just gone up?
Oh.
A hell of a lot of police activity for such a piddling little town.
You're not worried about the car, are you?
Well, as long as they don't look too close. And do you know who lives over there?
I think it's Mrs. Marsden's house.
Well, you seem pleased with yourself.
I am. I've just been having words with Armstrong.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. He wants me to lead one of the teams on this Sam killing.
You're joking.
I'm not. Suddenly, he loves me.
Why the change of heart on his part? This morning you were saying he hated your guts.
He still does, but he liked the way I followed things up on Julia Marsden. I mean, I could have just shoved the report into a drawer. Everybody else would have.
Hey, but you only went to see the boyfriend to get out of the office.
He doesn't know that, does he?
You jammy beggar.
Yeah, well... All right, it was a bit of luck, but that's how most things happen, innit? And it's certainly a bit of luck I intend to take advantage of. Especially as Armstrong reckons there could be a lot of promotion handed out to the team who breaks this case. I must admit it would be very nice to be a DI.
But, I thought you were going into the Bogart business.
I'm serious. This could be our big chance.
Yeah, could be. Aren't you getting a bit carried away?
Why?
Well, we'd just be one team among many. What if Armstrong gives us the bum end of the case? There's not much chance for us if we spend all our time sweeping up after everyone else.
Armstrong's desperate to break this case. It's been hanging over him for a year.
So?
So he'll be open to all suggestions.
So what are you planning to wow him with?
Remember the interview with the boyfriend?
Yeah.
Do you remember he was supposed to be meeting her on the corner of Fitzgerald and Chandos Road, and that he was late?
So?
Well, he gave the impression that Julia was the sort of woman who would have waited patiently for him.
But she didn't. She went off.
Yes, but after waiting how long? He was 40 minutes late. She could have waited anything up to a couple of minutes before he arrived.
And you're hoping someone might have seen her?
That's it. But more important, that someone might have seen Sam pick her up on that corner. After all, she got into the car somewhere.
Yeah, that's true.
So what I'm going to suggest to Armstrong in the morning is that my team knocks on the door of every house in the Fitzgerald Chandos Road area. Some nosy Parker might have seen what went on.
You reckon Armstrong will let you handle it?
Why not? Someone will have to. Why not the bloke who suggested it?
What time's the briefing tomorrow?
9 o'clock.
God, it's been a long day. How long do you think we'll have to stay?
I don't know. I suppose we can't stay longer than Sunday.
Depends what happens. Hey, just think. At this very moment, your dad is probably shacked up in some hotel, humping his currant bird without a care in the world.
Well, let's hope he stays with her this time.
Do you think your mum will take him back?
I don't know. She's pretty hurt. I think she realises things can't go on like this. Let's just hope he writes soon so we can all get on with our lives again. I'm nearly asleep.
You feel all right?
Gin and Valium is certainly a very good mix. Good night.
Bridget? How many men will you need for this house-to-house thing of yours? As many men as you can spare. The way things are going, you might be working alone. I'll need every man I can get hold of to search those woods again. The duffel coat's definitely missing. Mrs. Marsden's convinced it is, so I suppose we've got to do something about it. Did I have a session with her? Talk about crying. She went on and on. I had to get a bloody doctor to her in the end. Where is she now? They're taking her into hospital, women's medical. There's a bloody irony. It's the ward her daughter was working on. Hope to God nobody tells her.
The coat into the hospital, is it?
No, I had a team in there this morning taking the locker room to pieces and another lot interviewing the staff.
Are you going to get any outside helping?
You must be joking. This is a local affair. I want it kept that way. So every man's going to have to work twice as hard as usual.
That's something to look forward to.
Should you work 3 times as hard as usual, Bailey, you should just about turn in a reasonable day's work. Right? Give me 5 minutes, Burgess. I'll come back to you on how many men you can have.
Right, sir.
What did I say?
Too much. Armstrong doesn't like silly remarks. I should have thought you'd learned that by now.
Obviously not. Well, there's one thing I have.
What?
You were right about his breath.
Oh, shut up. Find me a road map. I want to work out how we're going to approach this house-to-house thing.
What's the matter?
I feel rather strange.
How do you mean?
Sort of lightheaded.
Oh, that's probably the side effects of the drugs you took.
Oh.
Would you like some more tea?
No, I don't think so. Has the postman been?
I don't know.
Yeah, he passed a few minutes ago.
Oh.
Perhaps there'll be something in the second post.
Yes. Actually, I think I'll go and lie down.
Can you manage?
Of course I can. I'm not an invalid.
I'm sorry.
Well, if she's going to behave like that, I hope we hear something soon.
So do I.
I assume we're not going back tonight.
I certainly can't.
Well, I'm not leaving you here alone. I'll give Charlie a ring, say we can't make it.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Here, see what's on at the local flea pit. Perhaps we can persuade your mother to go out for the evening.
I doubt it. Oh, no.
What's the matter?
Have you seen the headlines?
No?
There's been a murder.
Come on, love.
Why are you... It's Julia. She's been murdered.
Who's she?
Mrs. Marsden's daughter.
Across the road?
Yes. Julia's dead and I knew her. I knew her. Oh.
What a tale.
Oh, bloody hell. It's brass monkey weather out there.
How's it going?
We're on both sides of Chandos Road. Moved the lads into Merritt Street.
Good. Any houses you didn't get an answer from?
No, there was someone in all of them. The other good thing about that road is that the houses are all owner-occupied. So the people who aren't at home will get to hear about what we're after. Might get a call later on.
Let's hope so.
How's it going along here?
Not so good. 16 houses with no one at home, which includes the 2 on the corner. If anyone saw Julia hanging about, it would be someone in either of those houses.
Well, let's hope the occupiers haven't gone away.
I don't think so. There's milk on both doorsteps.
What sort of reaction are you getting?
Quite strong. A lot of people are very angry.
I suppose it's not surprising. It's Sam's fault.
And they're bloody scared. I've actually had 3 women open the doors on the chain.
New York-style living comes to this great little town of Wallingbridge. Who knows? They'll be issuing us with guns next.
Who'd give a Burke like you a gun?
Why not? I've been on the gun course. I've got a distinction, as a matter of fact.
You've done the gun course?
Yeah, about 18 months ago.
I haven't.
There you are, then.
Do you what?
They realise my potential.
Potential what? I reckon they want to get rid of you.
How come?
The only time you get a gun is when they send you up against a raving psycho, and he'll probably blow your bloody head off before you can get it out of your pocket.
Now, that's not a very nice thing to say.
Well, what do you expect? I'm jealous. I want to know why I haven't been on a gun course.
Perhaps because you didn't apply.
You could be right.
No. But seriously, do you think they'll issue guns?
What, for Sam? No, he only strangles women. They'll get Armstrong to breathe on him if it comes to the showdown. Hey up.
What?
Woman just got into number 3. Come on.
Yes?
Good morning, madam. I'm Detective Sergeant Burgess. This is Detective Constable Bailey. We're making inquiries concerning the death of Julia Marsden.
Julia Marsden? Do I know her?
That's what we're hoping to find out.
Oh, you'd better come in.
Thank you.
Would you mind wiping your feet thoroughly? I've just had the whole carpet shampooed.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. If you would like to come this way. Now, Julia Marsden.
This is a photograph of her.
No, I don't know her.
Now think carefully. You didn't by any chance see this person standing on the corner of Fitzgerald Road on Wednesday afternoon?
No.
You're quite sure?
Positive. Although, now you come to mention it, I do recall a young woman. But it wasn't the girl in the photograph.
What time was that?
Oh, about 3:45. In fact, I remember her quite distinctly.
And why is that?
Oh, she looked so cold, as though she'd been waiting some time. I felt quite sorry for her. In fact, I must have stared because she noticed me looking and smiled. It was quite a charming smile.
But you don't recognise the photograph as being the same girl you saw waiting?
Oh, no. The girl in the photograph is far less attractive.
Do you remember what she was wearing?
No. Oh, yes. I recall she was wearing plimsolls. I remember that quite distinctly, as I consider them totally unsuitable footwear for such a cold day.
That's all? You can't remember anything else she was wearing?
Yes, I can. A duffel coat. I recall a duffel coat. I remember that because I thought the duffel coat so sensible and the plimsoll so foolish.
Can you remember the colour?
No. I think it was dark. Possibly dark blue or black. I can't remember for certain.
But you're sure about the time you saw her?
Oh, yes.
How can you be so certain?
Well, when I got in, I unpacked my shopping and made myself a cup of tea. I then took the tea upstairs to my bedroom and switched my radio on.
And?
Listened to the 4 o'clock news.
Did you see the girl again?
As a matter of fact, I did. When I was closing my curtains.
When was that?
It was after the news. Why is the time so important?
The young lady in the photograph and the girl you saw waiting outside could well be the same person.
Oh, I don't think so.
The photographs can be deceptive.
Why are you so interested in this person?
Because she's been murdered.
Good heavens. That's absolutely dreadful.
When you saw her from the bedroom window, was she still alone?
Yes. No, as a matter of fact, a car pulled up. I remember now. She walked over to the car, smiling. It was the same smile she'd given me. Such a pretty smile. But then she looked surprised and spoke for a minute or two to the driver.
Did she get into the car?
Yes, she did.
And can you remember anything about the car?
Oh, yes. It was a dark blue Cortina estate.
You're that sure?
Without a doubt.
How come?
My son-in-law has exactly the same make of car.
I see. Look, Mrs...
Meadows.
Yeah, Mrs. Meadows. I think we should start getting some of this down on paper. Would you have any objection to coming down to the station to make a statement?
Well, I don't think so.
Mrs. Meadows, I'm Superintendent Armstrong.
How do you do?
Sorry I've kept you waiting so long, but I've been studying your statement. Very interesting document. You're a very observant woman.
Thank you.
There are just one or two things I'd like to go over with you again. Now, you still maintain that the girl you saw getting into the car and the young lady in the photograph are not the same person?
Without a doubt.
Then perhaps you'd like to look at these. Study them carefully. Now, do any of these photographs look like the girl you saw?
Yes, that one.
Any of the others?
That one too.
Thank you.
And what about these other photographs? They're not of the same person, are they?
No. Fortunately for us, you've recognised the two photographs we wanted you to. They're Julia Marsden. The others are just there to confuse.
But the two I've chosen are nothing like the first photograph that was shown to me.
Ah, that was a studio portrait. They tend to flatter. But there's no doubt in your mind that these two photographs are of the person you saw getting into the car?
None.
Good. Now, there's your identification of the car. You were so sure it was a blue Cortina estate?
There's no doubt in my mind at all.
Do you know much about cars?
Absolutely nothing.
If I were to show you some photographs of current popular cars, would you be able to name them?
I very much doubt it.
Then why are you so sure it was a blue Cortina estate?
As I explained to your sergeant, my son-in-law drives one.
Perhaps you'd like to have a look at these. Is there a Cortina estate amongst those photographs?
Dear. That one and that one.
Thank you.
It's a great pity you seem to doubt my word.
Not at all. It's just that we must confirm that you're not mistaken.
I rarely am mistaken.
I'm beginning to believe it, Mrs. Matters.
Would you like to test my ability as to whether I can recognise the colour blue?
I don't think so. Now, you say in your statement that you noticed a sticker in the back window of the car.
That is correct.
What did the sticker say?
Oh, really, this is becoming ridiculous, Superintendent. I've already told the sergeant all this.
I realise that, and I must ask you to bear with me for just a little longer. You're a very important witness. But before we can act on your information, we must make doubly sure we have everything crystal clear. Now, what did the sticker say?
Well, I don't actually remember it verbatim, but the gist of it was that the owner of the car thought that the local grammar school should not go comprehensive.
Are you sure about that?
I certainly am, as it's a statement I'm in total agreement with.
I see.
Only a fool would want such a fine school to go comprehensive.
Did you notice anything else about the car? Were there any dents or scratches?
No.
And you didn't notice any parts of the registration number?
No.
Not even the year letter?
I would have told you if I had.
Right. One last question, Mrs. Meadows. The driver of the car, did you see him?
Not really. I caught a glimpse of his profile.
Do you think you'd recognise him again?
I can't really say. It was just a glimpse. Oh, it's possible if I were to see him in similar circumstances, I might just recognise him. But I'm not certain.
OK, Mrs. Meadows, thank you very much. There's just one more thing I'd like you to do before we take you home. In the next room, we have some photographs that I'd like you to look at. It's just possible you might recognise one of them as the driver. If you wouldn't mind.
Of course not.
Thank you very much.
Do you think I could telephone my husband?
Of course. There's a phone next door. I've met some self-opinionated old bitches in my time, but she takes bloody first prize. But is she right? I think so. At least I'm confident enough to act on it. You've done well, Burgess. Bloody well. Thank you, sir. Now, I want one of you to get on to DVLT at Swansea and get them to provide me with a list of all blue Ford Cortinas registered in this area.
How can you be certain it's a local car, sir?
The sticker. The grammar school issue is totally a local matter. The chances of an out-of-town car carrying such a thing are almost nil. It also seems from the way Julia reacted to the car, she must have known the driver. Anyway, get onto that list immediately. I want it today, if possible. Right, sir.
What about the team searching for the duffel coat? Have they found anything yet?
No. And I'm almost hoping they don't now, because if it's not in the wood, there's a good chance it'll be in the murderer's car.
Are you awake, Mum?
Yes.
I've made some tea.
Oh, that's nice.
How do you feel now?
Much better.
Good.
Did I hear you crying?
That was this morning. You've been asleep all day.
Have I? Oh, dear.
And there's nothing to worry about. That was me just being silly.
What was the matter?
It was just something I read in the paper.
You and Malcolm are all right, aren't you?
Of course. There's nothing to worry about. Nothing at all.
Oh, it's just that I find Malcolm a bit difficult to understand.
He's a bit brusque at times, but he's very caring in his own way.
Does he love you?
I think so. But you don't want to worry about us.
Oh, you know me, I always worry too much. What does Malcolm think about your dad?
Well, he's not very pleased about the way he behaves. But that's only because it upsets me so much. And he certainly doesn't understand why you put up with it. Come to that, neither do I.
Your dad's a strange man. He's like a little boy in many ways.
How long's he been carrying on like this?
Oh, I suppose for about 5 years.
As long as that?
It is a long time, isn't it? Although he wasn't as bad as this to begin with.
Why do you think he started?
Lots of reasons, I suppose. I think he realized he was beginning to get old. He wanted some sort of fling before he was past it. I didn't blame him. I often felt like that myself.
Did you do anything about it?
Well, once.
I'm pleased to hear it.
The thing is that when your dad started, he found there were far more women available than he'd ever dreamed possible. And it must have gone to his head.
Did you consider leaving him?
Not then. Because in the early days he was discreet. Oddly enough, I wasn't even jealous. I didn't feel threatened because he was having a little bit on the side. Then about 18 months ago, he took up steady with someone. We even talked about a divorce. And then she chucked him over. I think it upset him a good deal. Because that's when he started behaving really badly. Oh, I suppose I should have told him to go.
Why didn't you?
I don't know. I think I was scared of being alone.
Do you still love him?
Not really. But we've been married for nearly 30 years. It's a long time. A lot of habit to throw away.
But surely you realise it's getting out of hand now.
I know.
This is the 4th time in 12 months he's gone off like this.
I realise that. But this is the first time he's actually gone without letting me know what was happening. And I'm worried about him.
Do you think he's left you?
I'm sure he would have said. I can't believe he'd go off without a word.
If he comes back, are you going to let him stay?
Yes.
Why?
Because he can't go on like this for much longer. The years are beginning to catch up with him. He'll have to stop soon. And then we'll be back together. I'd much rather enter old age with him than by myself. I'm so scared of being alone, Jenny.
But that's pathetic, Mum. Don't you think I realise that?
Don't spell necessity.
You must ask me that twice a week.
I keep forgetting, you know, I've got no head for words.
Just write need instead.
I can't put that. My bloody reports are short enough as it is. I mean, necessity has a certain ring about it. Need's a nothing word.
I thought you said you had O-level English.
I didn't say that.
Then what have you got?
Well, sort of doubtful CSE.
Here you are. Necessity. Don't lose it.
Any sign of that list from Swansea?
No, sir.
I doubt it will come tonight. Lazy bastards probably knock up at 5. You might as well push up home as well.
Right.
Did they find the duffel coat, sir?
No.
It'll be a new development if Sam started nicking things from his victims.
We'll see. I'm off then. Good night.
Good night, sir. Cheerless bastard.
For God's sake, Malcolm, stop staring out of the window.
People are still leaving floral tributes at Mrs. Marsden's place.
So what? It's the only way they've got of showing they care.
I should save on the weeds and just leave them money.
When Mrs. Marsden comes home from hospital and sees her front garden full of flowers, it will say considerably more than a pile of little envelopes containing money. Oh, you're so cynical at times. The woman has just had her only daughter murdered. If you can only make snide remarks about it, I suggest you shut up.
I'm sorry.
Oh, so am I. It's not only Mum being so unhappy that's depressing me. It's the whole atmosphere of this town.
Having a murderer on the loose doesn't help much.
It's not even that. I never liked the place, not even when I was a child. I think we should get Mum away from here for a while. If I can persuade her, how would you feel about letting her come to stay with us?
I wouldn't mind. Well, as long as she's prepared to share the spare bedroom with the junk.
I don't think that'll bother her.
But more important, are you up to coping with it?
I'll certainly be able to cope with her much better at home.
Right, invite her. Ask her tomorrow, see what she says.
All right.
Sorry I'm late. I overslept.
Yeah, you weren't the only one. Oh, this is just arrived.
Oh, good. Let's hope it contains what we want. Have you seen Mr. Armstrong this morning?
I passed by muttering something about a press conference.
Oh, that'll set him up nicely for the day.
Why does he hate the press so much?
Because he's a good, honest, no-nonsense fascist. He thinks there's only one way to run the world, his way, with no questions asked. Journalists sometimes spoil that illusion. Oh, on computer, readouts, neat.
Well, I'm more concerned about the work that thing means. How many Cortina estates are there in this area?
I don't know. Oh, it doesn't seem to be as many as I thought there'd be. Is there a briefing this morning?
Yeah, the DI's taken it.
Well, I think we can give that a miss. We've got enough to do sorting this thing out.
How are you going to divide it up?
By area is the most obvious way. Get a couple of the... Hang on.
What's up?
What's Mrs. Marsden's address?
29 Bridge Road.
Well, there's a bit of luck.
What?
One of the characters listed here lives in Bridge Road. And what was it Mrs. Meadows said? Julia approached the car as though she knew the driver.
Ah, it's not going to be that easy, is it?
It could be. It just could be. Oh, I know there was a reason why I woke up smiling this morning. I think that is definitely an address we'll check out ourselves. Right. Let's get the rest of this list divided up, collect ourselves a couple of uniformed lads, and we'll be off.
This is it? Bridge Road.
Drive past the house. I want to have a look first.
Right.
You two in the back, take your helmets off. I don't want to advertise the fact with you.
Oh, there's the car. The house looks quiet.
Well, we'll be expecting a mad axeman dancing naked on the lawn. Pull over. Right. We've a neat little semi-detached house. While the detective constable and myself are knocking on the front door, I want you two to slip quietly around the back, just in case this is Sam's address and he tries to make a bolt for it. OK? Well, the sticker's where it's supposed to be. That's a good beginning.
Yes?
Is John Arnold Maitland in the house?
No.
Are you sure?
Of course I am. He's my husband.
May we come in?
Who are you?
Police.
But what on earth?
This is Detective
You don't
Constable
understand.
Bailey. Do you mind if he has a look upstairs?
What for?
Don't worry, he isn't going to steal anything. Go careful.
Right.
What is it you want?
Just a word with your
I
husband.
told you he isn't at home.
What's in here?
But it's the sitting room, but...
Have a look.
Wait, you must.
And that room?
The kitchen.
Do you mind if I let a couple of my friends in?
Tell me what it is you want, please.
Did you check the shed? Good. You wait here.
Do you have the right to charge into my house like this?
I was under the impression you invited us.
And not to rampage around it?
Don't worry, we won't do any damage. Perhaps we could go into the sitting room.
I shall see that your superior hears about this. What's your name?
Burgess.
Can you prove that?
Certainly.
What is it you want?
Where's your husband, Mrs. Maitland?
He isn't here.
I know that, so where is he?
Away.
Where?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure. He travels around so much.
Is he usually away over weekends?
Sometimes. He's a very busy man.
And you don't know where he's gone?
Not for certain. Well, he usually rings me to say where he's staying.
But he hasn't let you know this time.
Not yet.
Well, it's already Sunday. He can't think much of you.
That's none of your business.
Possibly not. How long's he been away?
He went up on Thursday.
Do you know when he's coming back?
I'm not sure. Next week sometime.
There's no one upstairs, Skip.
OK.
What's all this about? I'm sure you're not allowed to come into people's homes and behave the way you have.
You invited us.
Why do you want to see my husband? Has he done something wrong?
We're not sure. We're conducting certain inquiries, and we would just like to talk to him.
Why won't you tell me what it's about?
Because we feel we should discuss the matter with him first.
Then I've nothing more to say to you.
Is the blue Cortina estate parked outside your husband's?
What of it?
Does he own the car, or is it his firm's?
I'm not saying anything else to you unless you prove you have the right to behave in the way you have.
All right, I'll get a warrant.
So please leave now.
As you wish.
And I tell you here and now, Detective Sergeant Burgess, I have every intention of reporting your behaviour.
You have that right, madam. Go on, Bailey. Well, I screwed that up, didn't I? Armstrong will have my guts when he hears about this.
Well, I suppose it was a bit rash charging in like that.
I was so sure Sam would be there, you know what I mean? Had this very strong feeling.
Well, you were wrong.
That still remains to be seen. Did you look around when you were upstairs?
Yeah.
No duffel coat?
I didn't see one.
Well, there's got to be something I can give to Armstrong before that woman puts her foot in it.
What about the car? Perhaps there's someone there.
How do you suggest we get inside it?
Well, we could take it down the car pound. What is it? 4 years old. There's bound to be something wrong with it. Oh, it's parked round the wrong way for a start.
Oh, I bet they really missed you when you left traffic division. Come on, let's get back to the nick and see what the others have come up with.
Mum, we're home.
Oh, thank God for that.
What's the matter?
I'm so glad you're back.
What's happened?
The police have been here.
What did they want?
Dr. John, it was awful. They stormed in here like a gang of hooligans.
Did they say why they wanted to talk to Dad?
They wouldn't tell me anything. They just wanted to know where he was and when he'd be back.
What did you tell them?
He said he was away on business.
That wasn't very sensible.
What else could I tell them? I don't know where he is.
Should have told them the truth.
We weren't here. The sergeant in charge was like a stormtrooper. Didn't give me a chance to think.
You shouldn't have lied to him, though.
I don't care. I'm going to report that man. He had no right to behave the way he did. It was awful.
Oh, try and calm down,
why did you
please,
have to go
Mum.
out this morning?
I'm sorry. We didn't know this would happen.
Look, how long ago were the police here?
Oh, I don't know. An hour, perhaps 2.
Did they say they were coming back?
They didn't say anything.
What shall we do?
Don't know. Well, I suppose the best thing to do is just sit tight. See if they come back again.
Oh, well, that's very useful.
What else can we do? I don't see any point in ringing them. If they wouldn't tell Mum what this is about, they're hardly going to tell me.
I want to report that Sergeant Burgess.
I think we should wait. It's pointless aggravating them till we know what it's about.
I shall remember this the next time you lecture me on personal freedom and civil liberties. Can't you see the effect this has had on Mum?
I know, but I still think we should wait.
Burgess? Yeah? You sure? OK, cheers. Records have got nothing on Maitland.
What were you hoping for?
Anything to justify what I did this morning.
Mind you, the way the reports are going on these other cars, you may not need to.
That's what I'm hoping for. We've been bloody lucky, you know.
How many cars have they found with stickers?
Just 2, but that doesn't matter anymore. All the drivers interviewed so far have good, checkable alibis, and that's how I like it. Maitland is still suspect number 1. With only one more car to clear, I'm hoping it'll remain that way. Burgess? Yeah? You're absolutely sure? Great stuff. Let me have your report as soon as possible. That's it. Our man. This is Burgess, sir. Do you think I could have a word with you? Yes, very important. Thank you, sir.
So you reckon this bloke is Sam?
I think there's a good chance he is.
And you think his wife doesn't know where he is?
She says he's away on business, but I think it's just bluff.
Mm-hmm. So what do you want to do?
Well, I think we should find out what his car can tell us.
Right.
We'll also need a warrant. She wasn't any too cooperative when I saw her this morning.
Well, I'll arrange that. I think I'd also like to have a word with her myself. Bit of rank might add some weight to the occasion. It might also soften her up a bit.
Oh, dear.
Come on, Mum. It could be anybody. You can't live in fear of the doorbell for the rest of your life.
'Tis the police. Seem to have come in force this time. 3 cars out there. Stay where you are. I'll let them in.
Try not to get too upset, Mum. It might not be anything.
I can't believe he's done anything wrong. Certainly nothing that would justify all this.
Let's hope it's all a mistake.
This way. It's Detective Superintendent Armstrong and Sergeant Burgess.
Good afternoon, madam. You are Mrs. Maitland?
Yes.
I'm the officer in charge of the investigation into the death of Julia Marsden.
Oh, no.
And I have reason to believe your husband, John Arnold Maitland, is involved.
Right. Well, that's it for the moment.
I told you I didn't know anything.
But now we've got that fact on paper.
Are you the sergeant who came this morning?
Yes.
I hope you realise you terrified my mother half to death.
I'm sorry about that, but it was necessary that I gain quick access to the house. However much you may dislike the idea, your father is the main suspect in a murder inquiry.
I can't believe it.
Until we find evidence to the contrary, I'm afraid it's true.
Do you realise Mum has no idea where Dad is?
So I gather.
And did you also hear he's probably gone off for a dirty weekend? For the umpteenth time this year?
I believe it's the 4th time in 12 months.
Dad doesn't have time to be slippery, Sam. Not with the sort of life he leads.
You may well combine business with pleasure. Sam has killed 4 times in the last 12 months. I hope for your sake that the dates of his absences don't match the dates of the murders.
Have a word, Skip.
Excuse me.
Well, Fingerprint boys think they've got a match.
Julia Marsden?
Yes.
They're positive?
Oh, yes. Their smugness confirms it.
Careful with that car! Forensic have still got to examine it. Burgess.
See?
I've got one more job for you here.
Now what?
The stake Mrs. Maitland's in, I didn't get much sense out of her, which means you two are going to have to go through Maitland's things. Diaries, papers, anything that might establish where he was at the time of the other Sam killings.
Right.
Anything that looks at all interesting, bring it down to the nick. We'll sort it out there.
Look at the street. Neighbours hanging out of the windows. Right mess they made of getting Dad's car onto the transporter. Ridiculous.
I wish I could smile.
Are those two policemen still in Mum's room?
Yes. They said they'd be there for a while.
Where's she gone?
She's lying down in our room. I don't think she'll ever recover from this.
Oh, we'll take her home with us as soon as possible. Get her away from this house.
Oh, Malcolm. You don't think Dad's a murderer?
I find it difficult to believe.
Surely, when you're as disturbed as the murderer must be, you can't just hide it like that. Oh, God, I'm so unhappy.
Well, let's hope they find him soon. Get things sorted out.
It's amazing how much junk you can pour into one of these little writing desks.
Yeah, well, at least he's neat.
Let's hope he's methodical as well. Are you listening to the stuff you're dumping in that sack?
Of course I am.
What's that supposed to be?
One diary.
Then why have you written one dairy? Can't you spell at all?
Oh, don't start. I'm tired. It's been a bloody long day.
For all of us, mate.
Yeah, but you enjoy this sort of thing. I mean, going through a bloke's personal papers is hardly a bundle of laughs, is it?
It's part of the job.
But it's a part of the job I don't like. Because I don't like looking at the bashed-in face of the young women.
You'll get used to it.
But I don't want to.
Come in.
I can't sleep.
Come in, Mum. We can't either.
Wondering where he might be. Trying to remember whether he mentioned anywhere before he went off.
When did you last see him?
Thursday evening. Popped in for a little while. Fiddled about in the bedroom. Then went out again.
And didn't come back?
No.
Didn't you say he started his leave Wednesday evening?
Yes.
And he was out all day Thursday?
That's right.
You've no idea where?
Thought he'd gone to work. He left at his usual time.
Did he take the car on Thursday?
Yes.
And when he was here, did he seem himself?
What do you mean?
Did he seem excited or agitated?
Don't know. I didn't say much to him.
What are you getting at?
Nothing really. I was just wondering where he was on Thursday, that's all.
You don't think he killed that girl?
Of course I don't.
Then why are you asking me all these questions? I've had questions all afternoon from the police. I'm sick to death of being interrogated.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean it to sound like that.
John hasn't done anything wrong. He's just gone away for a little while.
Of course he has, Mum.
And why have you started calling me Mum? You've always called me Maureen before.
It just came up. I suppose it's just a feeling of solidarity.
Well, stop it. I don't want your support if you think my husband's a murderer.
I don't think that.
Come on, Mum. We're on your side. You don't need to fight us.
How do I know? How can I tell what you're really thinking?
Look, I think you should get away from this house. I'll phone the police tomorrow morning and see if you can come home with us.
I don't want to.
It would be better for you. It would get you right away from everything, give you a chance to rest.
I'm staying here. This is my home. And I'm not running away from it.
No one's asking you to run away. Just come home with us for a few days' rest.
I don't want to. And if you think my husband's a murderer, I don't want you here either.
Yeah, sure, I understand, Mr. Freeman. Sure. Well, there's no doubt. OK. Many thanks for your help. Goodbye. Bloody hell.
Now what?
That was Maitland's employer. He confirms the diary entries is correct. The week of the first killing, Maitland was in Edinburgh on some course. The week of the third killing, he was in Spain on holiday with his wife.
Oh.
And to cap it all, Maitland hasn't run off. He's only on bloody leave. Due back a week today.
Seems we've boobed again.
We've boobed? What was Armstrong doing, Mrs. Maitland, for 2 hours? These are the sort of questions he should have been asking her.
Well, he said she couldn't remember anything.
God, am I fed up with this. bloody fed up.
So we can't nail him for the other murders, so what? He murdered Julia Marsden. We found her fingerprints in his car, and we have an independent witness to say she saw Julia getting into the car half an hour before she was murdered. What more do we want?
Continuity, mate. The one consistent factor that's come out of this case, as the pathologist will remind you, is that all 4 women have been murdered by the same hand. If Maitland didn't kill the first one, he didn't kill any of them. He couldn't have.
Then how did her fingerprints get into his car?
I don't know. Anyway, let's continue sorting through this lot. We might discover some delightful morsel of information.
Malcolm!
What's the matter?
Look at our car. What's the matter with it?
It doesn't look right, does it?
It certainly doesn't.
Oh, no. Who could have done that? It's not bloody fair. They were 4 new tyres.
Hardly.
Well, they certainly had a fair bit of wear left in them. Oh, do you know how much they're going to cost to replace?
I know. More than we can afford.
Exactly.
Well, to be honest, Malcolm, I half expected it.
But why our car?
Oh, don't be so naive. The relations of men who are suspected of strangling women are as unpopular as the men themselves.
I hope you're as philosophical when the bank manager asks us why we're overdrawn at the end of the month.
We'll see. I hope so. But there's one thing I do know.
What's that?
Don't replace those tyres until we're ready to leave.
Yeah, what you make of this?
What?
Look at the last 4 cheque stubs.
Passport, Swan and Edgar, foils, Selfridges.
Look at the date.
Last Thursday.
Maitland must have been in London on Thursday.
And if he was in London, he couldn't have been here murdering Julia Marsden, could he?
Well, would be rather difficult.
That's it then. Conclusive proof. Oh, I suppose I better go and see Armstrong. Tell him the good news. I knew my becoming a DI was only a bloody dream. But while I'm in with him, you better get on to the passport office. Make sure Maitland renewed his passport personally, not by post.
Right.
Well, Burgess, seems you got yourself a bum suspect. What are you going to do about it?
There are still the fingerprints in the car.
You've got to find out how they got there. I don't think you're going to do that until you find Maitland, old son.
There's no news of him.
Not a whisper.
Ugh.
Now you've landed me with the unpleasant task of telling the Chief Constable that Maitland's in the clear.
Can't you wait?
What for? You seem to have conclusive proof Maitland couldn't possibly have committed any of the murders. No point in sticking my neck out by delaying things, is there? After all, nationwide murder hunt, very expensive. I see no point in continuing to waste the taxpayers' money in looking for an innocent man.
Look, I want to have another word with Mrs. Maitland. I'm sure there's something she hasn't told us.
I'm sure many things she hasn't told us. But it doesn't seem to matter now, does it?
Well, there are still the fingerprints, plus the fact that someone had tried to wipe the passenger side of Maitland's car clean. There must have been a reason for that.
You're a desperate man, Burgess. Well, what do you want?
Well, can't she give me a couple of hours? Just let me talk to his wife again.
I don't know. Your early promise is somewhat withered.
2 hours. That's all I'm asking for.
All right, then, 2 hours, not a second more. And you let me know of any developments, any little thing at all.
I promise.
Oh, it's you again.
Good morning, sir. Is Mrs. Maitland in?
Yes. Have you seen what some yob's done to my car?
I did notice.
I suppose you're going to say there's nothing you can do about it?
Oh, there's a great deal I can do about it. But I'll just give you a friendly warning and tell you to put your car in order as soon as possible. I'm sure you realise 4 defective tyres means 4 separate endorsements.
Thanks a lot.
Don't mention it, sir. Now, if I might come in and speak to your mother-in-law. Good morning, Mrs. Maitland. I'm happy to say I've got some good news.
You found John?
Not yet. But you'll be pleased to hear we've established that he couldn't have killed Julia Marsden or any of the other women.
Oh, thank God for that.
We've discovered he was in London on Thursday. There's no way he could have got back here in time.
You don't know how relieved I am.
But we still have one problem.
Oh?
Julia Marsden's fingerprints were found in your husband's car.
Well, that's not surprising. He knew her. He could have given her a lift any time.
We know she travelled in the car the day she died.
How can you possibly know that?
Because our forensic department says so, and they're not often wrong. They also say there's no doubt your husband's car was used by the murderer. The thing we now have to establish is who was the driver.
But how would they have got hold of the car?
Well, it's possible Mr. Maitland might have lent his car to a friend on Thursday.
Well, I don't know. He could have.
Hang on, though. If he did that, how would he have got to London?
John wouldn't have taken the car to London.
How do you know?
He hated driving. He certainly wouldn't use the car if there was a good train service.
So where was the car on Thursday?
I don't know. I suppose he took it to the station and left it there.
Oh, I wish you told me this at our first meeting.
I didn't know where he was on Thursday.
Did he have anywhere specially parked his car?
How do you mean?
Well, it's all double yellow lines round there. He couldn't just park it outside the station. It would have got towed away.
Well, he probably put it in the car park.
That waste piece of ground near the station?
I suppose so. He's certainly parked it there before.
You sure?
Of course I am.
Thank you.
Shouldn't you tell Armstrong what we're up to?
He can get stuffed. I want to see what we turn up at the car park before I say anything to him.
He won't like it.
Then he'll have to lump it. When I told him the Maitland thing had collapsed, his whole manner changed. That bastard's only out for himself. He's not interested in supporting his officers. He only wants the glory they earn for him.
He's still the super.
So what?
I'm only a fragile detective constable.
Then you've got nothing to lose.
But I can still be crushed from a great height.
They certainly stacked the cars in this place.
Do you notice they've all got their ignition keys in?
I did.
What do you two want?
Police.
Oh, yeah? You find any nicked cars here that got nothing to do with me? We only park them.
Who are you?
The manager.
What's your name?
Len Woods.
Are you here all the time?
Usually.
Were you here last Thursday?
I should think so.
You better know so, mate.
Yeah, I was here. So what?
I'm interested in a blue Cortina estate that was parked here all day Thursday.
How am I supposed to remember a car as common as that?
This one was special. It got borrowed during the day.
Oh, not from my side.
This one did. And the bloke that borrowed it took a girl for a ride.
So?
And then he killed her. Remember anything now?
No one took a car from this site.
Have it your own way. Perhaps we should take you down the nick. You might remember better there.
There's no need for that. I want to help.
I'm pleased to hear it. All these cars have got their ignition keys in. Why?
Well, look around you. There's no other way we get 100 cars on this site. We've got to pack them in as tight as we can. If the first car in wants to be first out, we've got to move a few to get at it.
How close an eye do you keep on them?
I noticed you too, didn't I?
So how did the car I'm interested in get off? Well, I know the car left the site, and I know it was brought back. Who borrowed it?
Look, you put me in a bit of a spot.
I'll kick your bloody face in if you don't tell me.
Well, I don't want to drop me mates in
Look,
it.
jerk, this is murder. It's not a case of nicking tyres or swapping engines. It's the big one. So if you don't open your gob and tell me who borrowed the car, I'll book you for obstruction, OK?
All right, all right.
Good.
Look, this job doesn't pay very much. I mean, I'm all right, but the blokes who actually park the cars don't do well at all. So, to earn a bit extra cash, they clean customers' cars.
So?
Well, there's no water on the site. You've got to wash the car before you can polish it, you know.
So where do you take them?
The car wash in Craig Street. I mean, it's all legit, nothing underhand. The customers are grateful.
Who took the Cortina out on Thursday?
I'm not sure.
I'll ask you one more time.
Well, I think it was Charlie.
What's his surname?
Brown.
Oh.
The honest, straight-up Charlie Brown.
And which one is Charlie Brown?
He's not here today.
Where is he?
I suppose he's at home. He's sick. He hasn't been in since Friday.
All right, Len. Where does he live?
I don't know offhand, but I think I've got his address in the hut.
You better have. Lead on, Len. We're right behind you.
Oh, it's a miserable hole. I don't reckon this staircase has seen a paintbrush this century.
We'll complain to the landlord later. This is his room. OK.
Ready when you are.
We'll take it nice and gently this time.
What do you want?
Are you Charles Brown?
Yes.
Do you mind if we have a word with you?
Who are you?
Police.
Oh.
Do you work at the car park near the station?
Well, I'm up to it, but it's too cold for me at the moment. The wind fair whips across there, please.
This can't be him, can it?
Bloody good accident it is. How old are you, Pop?
68.
We've been had.
Look, what's all this about?
Were you at work last Thursday?
I think so.
Did you by any chance take a blue Cortina estate to the car wash in Craig Street that day?
No, sir. Len doesn't let me do things like that. He doesn't trust me, you see.
Did you see such a car being taken off the site?
No, well, I wasn't feeling too good, you see, and I spent the day trying to keep warm.
Do you ever do any car cleaning?
Not really. There isn't much this time of the year anyway, and, well, Len hugs what bit there is.
That doesn't surprise me. Come on, let's go and get him.
Yeah, you get back to bed, Pop.
What the hell is all this about?
This is Alpha 1 to Control. Over.
Control, over.
This is Sergeant Burgess. Priority. I want the nearest cars to go to the station car park and apprehend the manager, Leonard Woods. Repeat, Leonard Woods. Arresting officers are to approach with extreme caution, man believed to be highly dangerous. I am proceeding to car park myself and will prefer charges on arrival. Over and out. Well, don't just sit there, Bailey. Get a bloody move on.
Control to Alpha 1, over.
Alpha 1, over.
Leonard Woods has absconded driving a dark maroon Jaguar. Registration number as yet unknown. Alpha 5 and Delta 3 are in pursuit. Last report states Jaguar joined M1 at junction 15 and is heading south. Over.
Put out a general call and alert the motorway police. If you need clearance, see Superintendent Armstrong. I'm coming in. Over and out. Well, that's it. They won't get him now till he reaches London. What a bloody shambles.
Back to the nick.
Yeah, only nice and slowly. I think I can wait a little while before I have to see Armstrong's face.
Bailey. Yeah, just a moment. It's for you.
Who is it?
Radio room.
Burgess? Yeah? Where? Oh, that's something. OK, keep me in touch. Cheers. Our cars have had to drop out of the chase. They couldn't keep up with him. The motorway police have had to take over surveillance.
Oh, that'll please our boys.
At least he won't get away this time. Burgess? Yes, sir. Right away. Armstrong. Come in, Burgess. Sit down. So you found Slippery Sam?
I hope so.
So do I, lad. Why didn't you tell me what you were up to?
Well, there wasn't time. Things moved quickly.
I would say from what I've heard, they moved a bit too quickly for you.
I don't think so.
Well, if you had proceeded with a little more care, this character wouldn't be driving 7,000 quid with a stolen car and being chased by police from 3 counties.
So I slipped up, made a mistake. But don't you forget I found Sam.
And you wanted to keep all the credit for yourself. I did warn you about that at the very beginning. The glory was to be shared. But you decided to be greedy. You wanted to make the arrest personally. When instead we have to sit back and wait for this character to run out of petrol or motorway. There's no way you can stop a car that's travelling at 130 miles an hour. Our lads are blowing cylinder heads all over the place just trying to keep up with him. The way things are going, they won't get him till he reaches London.
Well, that doesn't matter. They'll bring him back.
It's not the same, is it? If you remember, I also said that I didn't want help. I wanted the arrest on my patch. I wanted a quiet case. That's because I wanted the glory for our division.
You wanted the glory for your bloody self.
Yes, you blow your top, lad. You've nothing to lose. You're finished, anyway.
What do you mean, finished? It was my bloody brainwork that identified the bastard.
Oh, that'll go in your report, don't worry. In fact, you get glowing words all the way, but you won't get any promotion. Detective Sergeant, you're finished.
That's not fair.
Now look, lad, you can't take orders, you don't fit in. That's always been your trouble. You've always robbed everybody up the wrong way.
Robbed you up the bloody wrong way, you mean? If you're not prepared to kiss your stinking feet, you don't get anywhere in this division.
If you don't compromise, you don't get anywhere in life. I'm top boy. You're nothing. The basic facts that you've never learnt is that my whims are more important than your desires. Armstrong. Yes? When? I see. Thanks. They've got him. At least, what's left of him is crashed.
Is he dead?
Yes. Should you wish to transfer to another division, I won't block or comment on your application. This would be a good time to do it, lad. I suggest you take my advice, because I don't want you around me.
Have you finished?
You can go. Oh, 2 things that might interest you.
What?
We found the remains of the duffel coat. Woods had tried to burn it behind the shed he used as an office.
I wonder why he took it.
Well, we'll never know. Thanks to you, will we? And, this has just come through from the Rome police. It's about Maitland. Apparently he's on holiday there with a girlfriend. He had no idea what was going on until he saw an English newspaper a couple of hours ago. So he went and saw the local police to try and find out what was happening.
Is he coming back?
Yeah, when he's completed his holiday. There's no rush.
Does his wife know where he is?
No. I thought you could pop in and tell her. Make it your last duty on this case.
Nice city, Rome. So I'm told.
When's he coming back?
Next week. Apparently he isn't alone. He wants to finish his holiday.
You're not going to sit around waiting for him, are you?
No. Even I realise it's all over. He doesn't care anything about me.
Come back with us, Mum.
All right. For a little while.
As long as you like.
Can we leave today?
Of course.
I'll go and pack.
Will she be all right?
Who knows?
Oh, better hurry those new tyres along.
You do that. Do you realise the only person who hasn't been touched by any of this is Dad?
I know.
Even that policeman seemed a bit cut up about something. But good old Dad just drifts along unhindered. Oh, my father.
In the investigation of a murder by Eric Saywood, Detective Sergeant Burgess was played by Roger Hume, Detective Constable Bailey by Terry Malloy, Detective Superintendent Armstrong by Geoffrey Matthews, Jenny by Elizabeth Cassidy, Malcolm by Sean Barrett, and Mum by Izanne Churchman, with Hilda Schroeder as Mrs. Marsden, Peggy Ashby as Mrs. Meadows, Michael Irwin as Raymond, Leonard Dixon as the Doctor, Earl Cameron as Charlie, Arnold Peters as Len Woods, and Hedley Necklaus as the Desk Sergeant Ralph Lawton and the radio operator. The investigation of a murder was directed by Roger Pine.